Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South Bend. On the weekend.
To get your information. To the spoon to be my section. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. The trade preparing for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat my prejudice, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, Bati.
Spoon TV.
Yes, Bati.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba.
Spoon entertainment. To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be my section. Spoon, spoon television.
A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South Bend. On the weekend.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be my section. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. The trade preparing for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on crazy like my brother to the spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to the spoon. Yeah, yeah, to the spoon. You want to get the news update to the spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got it.
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you got it.
Spoon TV. Spoon
Balabadibadiba.
Spoon
Kididididabado.
Spoon Entertainment.
Kua. Let's say kua. Go to there. Kua, go to there.
To the spoon. To get your information. To the spoon. To get your
Coming with the spoon, and your boy right in the south of man. Charges on the beat.
to the spoon. To get your information. To the spoon. To get my action. Spoon television.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morocco. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morocco, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat keep on crazy like my brother, to the spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a news update, to the spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got it.
Spoon TV. Spoon
Yes, what you got it.
Spoon TV. Spoon
Balabadibadiba.
Spoon
Skididididabado.
Spoon Entertainment.
Kua. Let's say kua. Go to there. Kua, go to there.
To the spoon. To get your information. To the spoon. To get your
Stand coming with the spoon, and your boy right in the south of man. Charges on the beat.
To get your information. To the spoon. To get my Spoon, spoon, spoon dimension. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to hit the South Bend.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to get my section. Spoon, spoon, spoon dimension. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You provoke them up, them to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat get back, you let my brother to the spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a news update, to the spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba.
Oh, yes.
What I want?
Yes, thanks for joining us tonight. I'd like to welcome all of you. This is Spoon Talk, Liberia's #1 talk show on radio and online that brings you the updates on the issues around Liberia, analysis from the diverse panel here every night. And of course, providing you a space where you can express yourselves, speak to your national leaders, engage with the policymakers every single day. This space has become a beacon of hope for thousands of Liberians, not just in Liberia, but across the world, who want to know what the actual happenings are across the country every single day. And of course, I'd like to welcome you tonight. My name is Nelson Colette. Spoon Talk is back on your radio. Spoon Talk has absolutely no borders. That's why we come to you live from here in Congo Town, reaching you across the 15 counties of Liberia on the Spoon Network, 107.5 Spoon FM, 101.15 Rig Radio, and 95.5 Super FM. And this is also done with the help of our affiliate radio stations across the country. that are there making sure that they relay this every single edition of Spoon Talk.
You want to get a new start?
So that we reach a larger audience across Liberia. So no excuse.
To know what is
You can know,
happening.
and you have the opportunity to know what is happening across Liberia when the politicians want to make the
You
decision.
want to know what
When you want to know what's happening in the ministries, the agency, there's no excuse. Just tune to Spoon. This is where you get the news, because we're dishing out Liberia's very best. My name is Nelson Colette. Again, thanks to all of you for joining us. We're streaming live across the internet tonight. We're on our regular social media handles, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV on Facebook. I want to say thanks to the many of you joining us by means of YouTube. Spoon Talk Live is our YouTube handle. And so I want to welcome all of you tonight. Thanks for joining the show. Kindly share the program as you come on tonight. Prince Taylor, Tepos Dempster, Marcus Boyma, Colin Ketina, Lula Harriet, Musa Kule, Sylvester Zoga. All of you joining us tonight, just go to your social media handle, share the program, share Spoon Talk in your different group chats on Facebook, on WhatsApp, and your social media handles. And let's have a great show tonight. Well, as always, we're going to start the show tonight by affording you the opportunity to voice your concerns, to say what the issues are on your mind, to tell us that issue that is of concern to you. Every night, we get to start this way, making sure that you, watching the program or listening to the show, can speak out on those different issues of concern. We'll bring you the update, and as soon as the CEO and the rest of the team come on, we will be handing controls over to them. But again, I'd like to welcome all of you tonight. Thanks for joining us. Spoon Talk. We're live across the Spoon Network tonight. Well. Let me announce the numbers. There's a whole lot across the country, but you're gonna get more of the details, the information when the CEO and the rest of the team come on. I don't want to go much into that. Let me go to the phone lines and hear from you tonight. What is it that is of concern to you? What do you want to talk about tonight? I'm putting the numbers up so that in case you wanted to make a point tonight, you can call us on our local numbers 0555 101075, 0555 101075, or you can also call us on the WhatsApp line +231 918 639. That number is only available for WhatsApp, and so you can call us and have your seat tonight as well. Let's go to the phone lines and take your calls now. Beginning with this person here. Hello, you are live. Let's hear you. Your name and where you call from.
This is Mohammed Masaka calling from Jonesville.
Mohammed, what's on your mind?
Yeah,
You said?
See the motorcycles flowing up and down over there. But the reason being,
your line is not good. Please, you can change your location and call back, sir. Hello, you are live. Your name and where you call from.
Yeah, I'm Linda Mexico calling from Baptist.
Linda, what's on your mind? Let's hear you.
Yeah, what on my mind is concerning Yeke.
What have you been doing?
Have your beauty. What on my mind? And now, Lord making he do it. Taking. Then he see about the street and tell him insulting, passing around. What on my mind?
Thank you very much for your input tonight. A message for District 10 representative. Hello?
Hello?
Please walk away from your radio. You want to lower the volume of your monitor, please?
Hello?
I'm hearing myself. Can you lower the volume of your radio, sir?
Yeah. I lower my monitor. How you coming on?
Okay, great. It's good to have you on. Let's hear you.
You
What's on
getting
your
me?
mind? I can hear you very well, sir.
Okay. What is on my mind is pertaining to spoon talk. Most of the time we monitor spoon talk. This is Michael T. Willem for Congo Town speaking.
Okay, Michael.
Most of the time we monitor spoon talk.
Too bad we lost Michael. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
It cut me off.
No, I didn't cut you off. Your line was bad. Can you hear me?
Okay. So I clear now?
It's much better. Go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my concern here is at the motorcycle place.
What
They must
happened
not
to
run
them?
in town again. Because anywhere the men can be, the place can be too dirty. They don't want to take control. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your input. Hello, your name and where you joining us
Yeah.
from?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, go ahead. You're live.
Here is my Givy from my Givy.
Okay. What's on your
concern
mind?
has to do with it. You can qualify. He get playing ruler with the puppy all the time. And you can be accepting him to be on top. So it's not good for him to be that way.
Hmm.
So that ruler is not follow everybody's job.
So the rule for everybody job.
Yes.
Okay.
Your president. We voted that our president because one day and he's doing the work or that we wanted for him to do, he's doing it.
So
But
what?
you get called back every day, you get causing the puppy.
So what do you want for the lawmaker to do now?
I want for the Lord because the impeach him. Do not do it with women there, but we'll be causing him to let him be
Oh
causing us.
no, Mama. We can't do that one now. You
No,
know,
but that is not good.
it's not the right approach. Yeah, but thank you. We appreciate you for your input tonight, Mama. Thank you very much. Let's take this person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Can you hear me? Hello.
Hello.
Yes, we are live. Let's hear you.
Thank you. This is Gabriel doing I'm calling from Kwahwe.
Gabriel, what's on your mind?
Okay, thank you. What I'm here want to know why when people see the local men see in the country they can carry the jail. So now when they just go and carry the in jail. But we have more official that see millions of dollars. For no kind of jail, they just be drinking course they don't want the other won't happen a day. Millions of dollars, I can bring plenty people. But in one person CA, they can look at them and be worshiping and hold it. But when we go to jail, all the things. But why I will feature them? Since the whole country of phone, let me just say, see how it depends on me. Some people been stealing money. They can't go to jail. Look at the past government. A lot of criminals all have money to put in jail at war. Every time we go to court, they cost all one hour, millions of dollars post too. Then people go to jail. They'll be taking every day, they'll be dragging and take your finish. You get the other, you get the normal or says there again. How you'll be doing? They are criminals just to put in the country.
Yeah, let me say small thing there too. You know,
Yeah,
the small one. No. You know, when it is said that somebody stole money, let's say you say, for example, the minister Steve, once you carry the man to court for the court to charge to hand down a guilty verdict, for the court to say that they may do the thing for true, that thing remain allegation until it can be proven in court.
Okay.
So that the first aspect there. Then the second one too is, in some cases, the reason why so now the poor man can go to jail is because so now if they are stealing, it's a bailable offense. If the rich man get money, he can secure for himself a bond. He can pay some money and then he go while the case going on. When the poor man not getting money to get a bond now, how the poor man can go in jail and all that kind of thing.
Another issue you can look at Mangi that time. All the people there, every time look at Mangi issue that time again, feed them the whole Mangi again. How Mangi will end and nobody know.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's hold you there. Thanks a lot for your input tonight. We appreciate you. Let me see from the WhatsApp line. I see a caller here. Hello, welcome to the show. It's good to have you on.
Thank you. It's a nursing caller.
Let me bring. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm doing well. Go ahead quickly.
Thank you. Thank you. This is the voice of Waka Pikin calling from Bangapon County. This no.
What's on your mind?
Well, Yeah, thank you so much. The issue in my mind is the issue of capital billing is about Honorable James Collier and Honorable for the family.
What happened?
Well, can we call the Kwa region, the president called the people for special or sitting in the capital building. And whenever the president recall the people, that certain amount of resources can be given to the people, the lawmaker and the staffers. Or central administration, they fail to give the people a benefit up to now.
Okay.
The rules and order administration, which is Honorable Colette, promised the people they're going to give them 50% instead of 100%. And I was told yesterday, Honorable Formula when teaching the staff, I say, you think you'll get your money, the special city your money have on there.
Okay, so what's your call now? What's your call now? Just to the point, quickly.
My call to that, me being a worker picking and the senior sport the paper name. All they need to do is that to do the right thing.
Thank you.
Let the staff get the benefit. Instead of getting the 100%, they say 50%. And the people willing to receive the 50 up to now, they are failed to give the people money. Let them do the right thing in our
Thank you very much for your input tonight. I see Dr. Richardson in the background. Richardson, welcome. Well, it's good to have you on tonight. You are muted.
I'm always muted because when I started, I'm really in conversations with people, so I would just mute myself and listen. And then when you come, but how are you doing today?
Yes, I'm doing well. I'm glad to be here.
Mm-hmm.
How are you doing, Dr. Richardson?
Doing much better. I'm doing much better. I'm a bit tired because when you live in two zones. I live in Monrovia and I live in Liberia. So 4 o'clock in the morning, when it's 4 o'clock in the morning over here, that's almost like daylight time for y'all. That's when you're awake. And you're so that's when I transact business in Liberia between 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I don't get, and then I'm already up. So, but yeah, and so I'm tired from doing that because I didn't get some good night's sleep. But it's okay, everything's fine. Worry about Liberia, just worry about the state that we're in. I was also very happy to read that they are fixing Kipman Road, the road from what it says. Is it Medina to Bo or somewhere?
Medina to Robertsport?
Yes, Medina to Robertsport. Yes.
Okay.
So I'm happy about that because I'm always in that area. That is where my father went to school. He was born. He grew up in Grand Kipman County. Went to St. John until he went to BWI later. So as a child, I spent some time in that area visiting a place, and my grandfather lived there as well, Papa Ningo. So I'm excited about that. It makes my, because before, hey, when we're trying out Nelson, when I come, I gotta put koto on my body, banging.
Seriously. I remember I remember the last time I went along that corridor, it was doing this surfing program, and I drove along that corridor. But at the time, it wasn't that bad as compared to 2019. Let's say 2019. Yeah, that's 2018. Sometime 2018 when I went to Cape Mount for the first time. The road was terrible. There were lots of potholes, drainages on the road. It was just so terrible. But the last time I went there during the surfing tournament, I saw that the road had been graded. The only thing, there wasn't asphalt pavement on the road at the time, but there was some minor work done along the road, which made it pliable at the time. Though I went there with a small car accident, but I was able to drive through till I got there. We did our program and then we came back on the same day. So I can imagine when the entire corridor is paved very well, how much of attraction that will bring to that part of the country?
I would be so excited because I could actually, I'll be able to sleep in Cape Mount and drive to probably do business in Monrovia and go back.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, I with the road as bad as it was, we'll leave like the dawn when as soon as daybreak, like
Mm,
maybe 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, and we'll get in Cape Mount maybe about 8, 9
yeah, yeah.
o'clock that and then
So it's
we'll
been like 3 hours or so.
yes, yeah. So we'll do what we have to do there. Build. We have family property there, and then we'll
Okay.
have to come back. So we'll try to get back before it gets too dark because you don't want to get stuck on the road when it's dark. There's dust and
Mm-hmm.
everything. And then of course, like you said, I always to travel during the time where it wasn't newly greater. So sometimes when it rains or the water will just cut the road, cut
Yeah,
through the road.
yeah,
So they
yeah,
gotta bounce all over the place to find the best way to pass. And so it was like that. So when I read in the news today, I was like so happy. I can imagine that other part of the country opening up. It is, but the great thing about it is like once you're in Rouseport, you'll forget about other pain and you experience going there because
yeah,
it's so
yeah,
beautiful. It is like almost a wonder of the world. It's a wonder of Africa. I mean, you sit there, there's mountains, there's valley, there's hill, there's lakes. I mean, everything. And you just kind of drive into it. It's just beautiful, just
yeah.
beautiful. And I
The
mean,
landscape and all of the features, the natural features are just breathtaking.
yes,
Um, and it's no wonder why the surfing tournament, the organizers chose that place because it has just everything. Yeah.
yes. It's a wonderful place to introduce anyone who love Liberia, uh,
Hmm.
to just introduce them to Liberia. And so when I heard, I was like, yes, somebody's using their head. And, it's great to be able to have good roads to our tourist destinations. So when I'm going towards Nima situation, Nima, I can stop in Patawi and
Yeah.
enjoy the natural, waterfall. And then from there, you can just go to the Nima Lodge up there in San Nicola
Yeah.
area.
Echo Lodge. Hmm.
There's the Echo Lodge there and enjoy that. In Kipman, they got another similar to Echo Lodge, but it's Kipman. Well, I forgot the name they call it, and I'm not advertising anybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're not
Yeah.
advertising. It's a
But
lodge.
there are new places opening there too.
Yes, there's
The
couple.
famous one, yeah, the famous one that's been there for some time. The last time I
Yeah,
checked,
the
you
Nana.
know,
Is that Nana
yeah,
Lodge? Mhm.
yeah, the last time I checked, it's not like it used to be before, but I
No.
noticed there are newer ones that are being built. Like one of the places where they organized the stage for the surfing tournament.
Mhm.
There's a whole new kind of stuff they're constructing there as well. And I was even in a conversation with a guy who's I think the manager or something. So yes, there's a whole lot coming up in Cape Mount, and once the road can be opened, paved very well, it will mean a whole lot to Liberia. That
It
will
will.
be a
And
center attraction.
yes, and Nelson, can you imagine? It's not far from Sirloin, so I
Yes.
imagine you could go to even go, shopping, sightseeing, which a lot of Liberians. It's a lot of commercialization that happens between Liberia and Sierra Leone. People go in there, purchase their goods, bring it back, both ways. But it'll
Mhm.
be even easier now. You can even get your goods. If you want to sleep I understand a lot of Liberians go and spend our Liberian money in Sierra Leone. You don't have to do that. If Kimball Road
Yeah.
is good, now you can just stop right Kimball because the same beach that is in
Mm.
Sierra Leone, that water coming to Cape
Yeah.
Mount.
Yeah.
So we'll just beautify the place. But Liberia is a beautiful country to just make my final
And
thoughts about.
yeah. And a lot of people who drove on that road and use that corridor to get to Sierra Leone, what most of them have said is that when you on the Liberian side of the road, there's pop hole, there's the bouncing, you shaking. But as soon as you cross, you come across beautiful road, you
Yes,
know.
absolutely. I know which one he carrying. he messaged to that me or that you that he told me about check.
Yeah, I think we need to take a few more calls.
So
We're
I,
just taking calls when you. Yeah, no, but you can then we take a few more calls.
yeah, I'll also send me a text. But I'm just so Cape Town is a beautiful place overall, and is it would be a good place for Liberians to
Yeah,
visit and foreigners to visit as well. So I'm happy to say that now we have road going straight to Pasa, another beautiful place. We got road going straight to uh, Nima, beautiful place.
yeah.
We're going straight to Kema, beautiful place. So, yeah, we're getting there.
Gradually, the country opening.
Yeah. Now, but I heard today that hunger is on the rise. Did you read that? It was. Oh, I think I read that in Front Page Africa today.
Hunger on the rise.
Yeah, that what it said. The hunger is on the rise in the country.
Anyway, was on a newspaper publication. I don't know, but it depends where they gather information from. Yeah.
Yes, and I will agree with you on that. Nelson, because I read that, I was like, I don't usually say things so lightly without looking at the data.
Yeah.
However, whether it's on the rise or not, we do know hunger exists in Liberia because one of the things that it's always there. One of the things that I wanted to highlight was it gave a story of a woman who chipped rocks, and that's a career in our country. There's a lot of women, that's a job that they can do. They go and break rocks and sell it for people, doing different constructions, whether it's housing or infrastructure like bridges or whatever, what people do. So that's what it is. And this lady in her story, she said that her husband passed away and she didn't have anyone to help her, and it's getting harder and harder every day for her to make a sale, for her to sell her rocks. And so that's a story, a human story that I believe. And I mean, I know hunger is in that country, and I don't, somebody just says it's been on the rise since December 25th. But I didn't want to, I mean, I say that like that because, like I said, I like to know the data, the source of the data. They did mention the source of the data, but I didn't have an opportunity to read it. So, that's why I didn't want to mention it, like that. But I'm concerned about that human story. Stanton, how you? You all right?
No, you go ahead and continue to talk. I'm a spectator tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you go ahead and continue to do your stuff. So Nelson, you refuse to take phone calls, right?
No, we took calls.
No
We took
calls.
a lot of calls. And then I brought Dr. Richardson on after we took some calls.
No, but Nelson, I'm troubled, Nelson. I am troubled because you cannot give Casal leave to, you cannot give the good Casal leave to keep. Dr. Richardson, have you seen that? Oh, Mr. Good, please keep my Casal leave.
See you, I beg you. I know.
Listen, my head, since the past few days, my head been pounding that you gave your whole bunch of Casal leave to the good. Dr. Richardson.
I'm not sure what your paraphrase means. I didn't get it.
Listen, man, I know you didn't. You grew up in Brooklyn. It's simple. Casal leaf people can eat. Casal leaf to give it to the goat, the animal, the goat.
What's your reference? What are you referring to? I'm not sure. I know what it means.
Jeff follow. Hey, can you give Casal leaf? Can you tell the goat to keep your Casal leaf? Dr. Richardson.
And like then people say no comment, no comment, no comment.
I'm telling you, right? No comment. My family said that, but let me just tell you this, right? So on our farm, I'm planting cassava, and I love goat. Actually, that's one of my favorite type of meat to eat. And so my brother, I wanted to bring some goat on the farm, and he said, "You see, all right?" Because oh yeah, cassava, because they like to. He said, "I said we put them in the."
Can you tell the goat to wash your cassava farm? Your cassava.
Let me confess.
What you don't confess?
But okay, let me not confess. But everything is intact. The casal leave, is intact. The goat did not tamper with the casal leave. Yeah, so
Who in the world will believe that other thing like go that temple Kasari? Not even Diamond Slanger will believe you. That was it. You can try it. You just can't. But Dalarisha say how you doing?
I'm feeling much better.
That was what is written on your shirt. I am what? I am CMC.
Oh, I wish it was. I'm getting a shirt like that. Now you reminded me.
I am that grandma. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. It's good to see you, Dr. Richardson, as always.
Thank you.
As always, it's good to see you. We're happy to be here again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another edition of the Spoon Talk. Today is the 6th. We want to acknowledge you, Otero Delon, Peter One Day. The man's last name is One Day, One Day, One Day. McLean Runner want to say, what Dr. Richardson, something is happening with asset recovery. We posted a letter yesterday, right? And I know we'll get into it.
Mm-hmm.
And those changes made when the president renewed the executive order.
That's what I saw, yeah.
They removed some names and added some names.
I was wondering.
Yeah. We got to discuss it today. I'm fully informed that asset recovery is the #1 corrupt institution in Liberia. Honor Councilor Clamati. Yeah. Asset recovery need to be audited. And even President Bwaka says something to Councilor Martin that I will tell the nation tonight. I mean, I'm surprised at Councilor Clamati. I am. The guy's going to come on, right? $1.3 million and change were given for asset recovery last year. Till this government can audit asset recovery, that will involve Senator Steve Kwai, the Deputy Minister for in the executive mansion. This is the reason why his name will be dragged into asset recovery. Can you find Sam Stikwa picture and Clamatin picture? Let people see them in a position, Nelson, please. Just take your time and do it, upload them. We got a whole story on asset recovery. And I think if this government should succeed in asset recovery, Dr. Richardson, Clamatin too got to go. Because the problem is Clamatin. When Martin Colley said it, people say, Emmanuel Gongwe said it, people say, Ellis Coffey. The other lady, what's his deputy name? Mama Robertson. But I'm going to put the letter up briefly and see something strange took place.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah,
yeah, and the Liberian people begin to stretch their eyes. Dr. Richardson, look at this. I know the guy's coming on, right?
Yeah.
Rodney Jackson and Clamatin remained. But then they remove Mama Robertson, Alex Coffey, Martin Colley resigned, and Gongwe resigned. You got John Mobile Willie, Grosper Johnson, and Antonio Susan Johnson. But here's the issue, Dr. Richardson. I'm not going to break it right now, but I'm shocked. $1.3 million.
1.3 million.
That was given to asset recovery. More money coming in. Don't you know that Clamatin cannot show any document as to how he used that money?
I believe that.
Don't you know that those people that he called to help with the investigation, they were folks from NSA? Have you seen the office of Clamatin? I will show you Clamatin office. Have you seen, do you know who Clamatin working with actually?
No.
Oh my God. You know, I don't want to get involved. I want that everybody come. Then we'll have a good conversation. But guys, you know, when we raise this issue, people think it's a joke. Is Clement actually trying to recover assets? And I want you guys, if you know Councilor Mountain, because I do know him, but these allegations are concerning that you cannot recover asset on Clement. And I think President Bwaka is so concerned about that the institution have brought disgrace. Thank God the Supreme Court said, you know what, you can do your job, but it's not about gracious right anymore. It's not about the Supreme Court. It's about the individual that heading asset recovery. And we will get to that. We want to say to all of you, we will get to those things. And those things are serious. Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn is in America. We showed the Vice President passport here on the show. When others said he couldn't come, we confirmed that he was traveling to America. He's in Washington, D.C. right now. Vice President is in Washington, D.C. He should be speaking, I think, on the 8th, I believe. In Philadelphia, he should be addressing ULA. Did you see that, Dr. Richardson?
I saw the flyer, but so is he speaking in DC? I wasn't.
No, that would be in Philly. Then he had a program in DC, but that would be in Philly. Yeah, that would be in Philly. He should be speaking in Philly with ULI. But something, I'm bringing this up because something is happening in ULI. ULI called for full sanction on this government. Do you know that?
On President Joseph Boakai's government?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
interesting. ULA strongly negotiated for the government to be sanctioned, and they gave reason why. And ULA wrote so many letters to congressmen, and I'm trying to get a ULA president phone number to ask him whether he's still pushing for sanction now that the vice president will be addressing the group. Again, if you know anybody from ULA, please.
Drop that number in the comment section.
Glenny got a number. Glenny will help us. But ULA is calling for full sanction. ULA is calling for full sanction.
Yeah. Let me see who I can.
Yeah. Glenny is coming. She will bring the number. That's another story. ULA is calling for full sanction. Oh my God. I mean, we got a lot of story today, but I'm saying to you, Dr. Richardson, I got something I want to say. My throat is itching. My throat is itching. And also...
But where everybody come and say it, right?
I
see you waiting until everybody come before you say it.
No, my own, you see, when I say my throat itching, it means that I won't say it now. So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if Nelson recognized you got Abu Bility. Is Abu Bility related to Musa Bility? Abu Bility, yes. You want a document I can share with you, Abu Bility. You know, this is Phone Talk. It's good to see you. Kulako Koruba. Kulako Koruba is that Yeke Koruba brother. Okay. McLean Rinknor, it's good to see you. Patrick Weekwe. Philip Bala, as always. Daniel Dwede changed his name. Where is Buzizi? The man changed his name. Let me bring in who else over here. Hanford Cuddy. Kafumba Donso. Sita Hammond. Edward Cuddy. Alio Kamara. J. Roland Thier. J. Africano Nimland. Patrick Spencer Beeman. Isaiah Smith is in his house. Leroy Massaquet. How you doing? Want to be B. Williams, Bella, Eric Aquaman, Golf Favor, Alfred T. Fadi. Victor, it's good to see Victor in the house. Mr. Kamara is here. Select Kroman, Emmanuel Jebra, Jatu Cooper. Willen, it's good to see you, Willen. Bobby Dukley, Yusuf, as always, Yusuf, Lahi Conan. Let's talk to you, Lahi. Ramsey Bet. Sapros, Saros, Liquidate, Gumbo, Sasso, Kayon, Sir Johnson, if that Richardson pronouncing your name, forget it. She would push it up. George Brown.
What you do to it now? You pronouncing it correctly, yeah?
I'm trying.
Okay.
Haminito Movina Dennis, James Tannen, Bernice, William Roberts. What happened with that how you call him? That that CMC buying Newcastle. Don't put that thing up here.
Oh, running that kind of propaganda like that.
Oh,
let me see who sent it to you.
No. We say nothing.
I'm not saying
Don't
nothing.
we say nothing. You leave CMC alone. Just leave CMC alone. You leave CMC alone. So, guys, this is what happened. I want to say to all of you, here we are. Thank you for joining us. We're going to have the Akaris Wilson Gray coming on. The Paul Kennedy will be on. Abdullah Mame. We'll be speaking to some folks coming to talk. We're going to talk about Asala Mita today. Asala Mita will be our conversation, part of the conversation today. Let me write it down. I got a lot to talk about. But I'm surprised at the UNA calling the vice president. By the way, today, I spoke with the vice president. We welcome him to America, and yes, he's in DC. We're talking. It's not a bad thing if I say I spoke to him, right? A lot of people say, "Oh, Status the vice president is here. He chilled it. He chilled it." Again, wow, man. What's going on with the majority black purported speaker? For the family, say he's coming on today. For the family, they canceled the regular section today because when the announcement came out that Supreme Court calling for the Bill of Information, Nelson, they canceled. They canceled the session. That Richardson, the thing had to the majority black. The Supreme Court said, we want to hear from you guys March 14. And when the Supreme Court announced it, the majority black said, no, we got to go in caucus. We got to go and discuss this issue. And they called Richard Coon a purported speaker. Representative Richard Coon purported Speaker of the House of Representatives of the 55th. Now, say what you want to say. It's not me, Dr. Richardson. Say what you want to say. That's the Supreme Court. So therefore, today, Richard Coon and James Colette and Foley family, they canceled the regular session and they went into the hideout to have a very serious meeting as to how they will respond. They called Vanu Sherman. Vanu Sherman is the lawyer. They called Vanu Sherman and said, we got to respond to this thing. So we canceled session today. Dr. Richardson, I saw that Alex Noah called me. Alex Noah said he won't come on the phone because he's happy with that information. Again, I'm concerned, Dr. Richardson. I know you were off yesterday. Let me give you a few seconds to address this.
I'm just laughing because when somebody says that you are purported speaker, it's like they are not recognized. It's like you're allegedly, I heard Nelson giving a good lesson about what the term allegedly means, and you're not, when you go to court. So if the whole government speaker who's taking the title of speaker, the Supreme Court is calling him allegedly. I find that very.
Nelson, can you send me the link, please? Okay. Send me the link, Nelson. Yeah, Lola, I didn't send it regularly. Go ahead, Doctor.
Yeah, so I find that humorous. Number one. Number two, I'm feeling hopeful that the Supreme Court. I was kind of disappointed in them not, putting out this Bill of Information or not responding to it. And I believe we're hearing that, the Supreme Court justice was saying that it's a privilege and it's not a right for her to respond to the bill of
yeah, but she's going to respond to it. And they set a date, March 14th. And when she said that, Dr. Richard saying these people are happy, the majority. But I'm happy that Foley coming on tonight.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that I'm feeling story.
There's more to that story. The majority black honor speaker, purported speaker, they now begin to negotiate in the back again But it looked at the Supreme Court main business. Now, we can say what we want to say about folks. It is only concerning for you to know that at the end of the day, we still have our purported speaker. And I have to document that the team for that team have replied, Dr. Richardson. Arthur Johnson have replied. We will share the reply to the Supreme Court. A lot of stuff is happening in the country. The country is on a slow walk, Dr. Richardson. The country is on a slow walk, and people are beginning to think and say, "But what is happening to Liberia?" And, you know, the vibrancy that we brought in during the election time. Paul Kennedy, I sent you the link, my brother. I know Paul Kennedy said he never had the link, but I think I sent it to you now. All right, so it's Dr. Richardson. So these are the things, you know. Mame, look at you trying to come on for us to talk about Salamita, and want to talk about Knockout and the oil deal. There's a big oil deal about the all black, Dr. Richardson. The all black concerning with Total Energies. Total Energy trying to purchase the all black from Liberia. We got the information. We'll be sharing the information with everybody. It's a big deal. But people are saying, but Total Energy been around saying, Madam Sally, George Mano, we are town. But the missing chip today, Dr. Richardson, that missing chip, we want the nation to know tonight. Whether it's a good deal or a bad deal or a very bad deal, we want the nation to know tonight. What Dr. Richardson look on her phone to see more from CMC. Let me recognize our people. That's in a bad boy, you know. That's in a very, very bad boy.
I'm trying to share the show. That's what I'm trying to do.
No, I know you're sharing the show, but Nelson sending me some information here that I want to share with the people. Hey, you know, I don't know whether you made Dr. Richardson happy. That's involved.
I know what you're going to share. You're going to share the card that says CNC one.
No. Now, Dr. Richardson, why you like this, Dr. Richardson? We're not going to share.
I'm just preempting and making because you love CMC. I can call you my CMC brother on the show. Yeah. Maybe I will start calling him brother number 1, brother number 2, that Nelson.
No, we're not in your CMC group.
Yeah, in the group. Y'all let CMC there. I think
you want to let CMC, but we let CMC, Dr. Richardson. But that's everyone wants to show CMC car put it up. That a political leader car right there.
What it was spreading in Morovia today. I've been up.
That a political leader car right there. But you guys know something? They call them LTM. LTM, after the Supreme Court rule, right? This is serious. The people, they are disrespecting the Supreme Court ruling. Dr. Richardson.
Who?
You remember the company, John Uboti?
Yes. Traffic management.
With the LTM company. Mm-hmm. And they ruled in favor of John Uboti.
Correct.
But the other people, Gregory Coleman and
Ministry of Transport
12 said that they're not going to stop. They stay issuing license, they stay issuing car registration and everything. Who actually respect the Supreme Court?
What a country we have.
The people said they invested $25 million in the country. We didn't see any $25 million investment. Who actually? Why people choose to disrespect our Supreme Court?
And it's
well, I know we come down. We got only a few more minutes. Dr. Richardson, say your own. But ladies and gentlemen, when we do this thing, we want to welcome you, the new political leader on the block. He's, you know, Dr. Richardson, the car, Lola, my car. So I want him to talk. I want my car, Musa Benedict, Library. Oh man!
What, your car lost?
No, but that's my car.
Yeah, if your car not lost, then what you talking about? Yeah, stand on level kind of thing. Talking about he hope that your car make it. So you want a car lost?
I woke up this morning. I look in the garage. I didn't see it, and now I see this thing all on social media. So I want to ask Musa, how you getting?
I need to ask Musa how you getting car from Morocco to Liberia one day.
But this is serious.
Maybe the Air Force one carrying them for him.
But this cannot be. Let me see the back. Then I will tell you what that.
This is a 2024, 2025 Defender.
It's really good. It's
No,
actually
this
in the yard
is
of the Capitol building, right?
this is
This is a 2025
this
Land
is
Rover.
No. Listen, brother.
You want post Mountain in the hole?
No. Listen, that's
CEO, you want bet on it?
No, you won't call name. What was the name? That's the same car I got. So you try to miss
a Range Rover Defender.
Range Rover Defender, yes.
Land Rover Defender.
You can say land, you can say range, brother.
Yeah, well, it's land, the one that will know.
Yeah.
So it's a Defender, and
this is a modified version to the car Taylor ministers had.
But later on, about 20 years ago, we talking about current car and Taylor minister.
So
I can go. Listen, I look in the garage today. I didn't see my car. I think Musa took my car from here.
So who is Musa now?
How did Musa? Remember, how did Musa know that this is my car? How? Something I gotta check Musa out. But he will be on the show tomorrow, and we argue about this car business. But yeah, that's a nice car. I really don't like it though. I'm not a car person, so I don't like it. So but listen, let me let this thing go before I put myself in a lot of trouble.
Don't put yourself in the situation you can't
handle. I don't want to do that either. So let me let it go, because once Madam start looking at you, just stop talking about car. So we got the Asala guys coming in studio, but total energy between local and LPRE. That's a big fighting between them. Everybody want control. Who's going to bring total? And now you got to understand that this group is different from Ato Easy group. So the government is divided on two major all black. Ato Easy is the one that took Liberia oil company, and he sold it for over $300 million. And now he's coming back for another one. That's Ato Easy. But Total Energy, actually, they have shown interest, and the amount of money they are proposing, the negotiation, we have the document we'll be sharing with you. The negotiation is so huge and so big. Whether America is negotiating from strength or weakness, we want to tell you. But the all black, we have identified where they are negotiating from and which all black. So you can go on Google and Google Total Energies. We have more information on this we'll be discussing. Poor Kennedy in America, EULA is asking the American government to sanction Joseph Yema Boakai government. But the vice president will be speaking at EULA this weekend. We will be discussing that asset recovery report. You are very strong on asset recovery, but asset recovery problem is Cloud Mountain. Asset recovery problem is Cloud Mountain, and also not only Cloud Mountain, it's the deputy minister. The deputy minister, they call him Sam Stikwa. They are in serious negotiation as to who's in, who's out. But here's the problem. They came out yesterday with this document, right? You were on the show. You know that those people named they replaced, they didn't give them letter of dismissal. When we showed it on the show yesterday, the people got to know that they have replaced them. Yesterday, some of the people know that you got no more job. Imagine, right? Trump he do Twitter on you.
Donald J. Trump. Donald J. Trump.
Yeah.
Version 3, 4, 5, 7, 13, 14. Oh God.
But I like that they were very timely in extending and renewing the executive order. The president was straight on that. I like that. You know, he did not allow it to expire. He renewed it. You know, it's expanded, and they did some reshuffling, right? They took
but my point is that I have all the extension, all the yama yama.
Yeah.
But Paul, man, you can't be saying now when Washington spoon to and they say, Paul, you fired.
But my question to you, what do you think contributes to that?
I know, and I'm going to tell the people today. I'm going to tell everybody today, and I'm going to say why people are stealing, and the negotiation between Club Martin and CDC. That's the biggest one. Your charger? Okay. The negotiation between Club Martin and CDC, and people need to understand that at the end of the day, right? Mm-hmm. Who Club Martin talking to? That Richie say. Who Club Martin talking to and negotiating with from CDC party? Because
Akaris Gray when he can't.
You know, and I'm going to ask Akaris Gray and Acid and all of them. Mm-hmm. Whenever you see asset recovery want to move one forward, then they go back 3 steps back.
Mm-hmm. So they're negotiating the scope of work for asset recovery with CDC. Why?
Hey, my man. They are negotiating. And this, I want, my man. I want people to hear us very clear on this one. So I want to wait for everybody. I don't want to be repeating myself. They are negotiating in the back. Number one, we're talking about the Samuel 12 house, right? That negotiation fell flat. President Boga looked at Club Martin and said, listen, let me hire you. You're recommended by Samuel Steve Quad. I don't know you. In one of the meetings. Or the bank account number not adding up, the money that was used by Club Martin. The reason why Martin Cuddy and Alex Coffey and Emmanuel Gongwe were so mad, you understand that the man misappropriated the money. He did. The money went in Colo. Asset recovery right now, they are bleeding till they can audit.
They gave them money. They gave them money at the beginning.
$1.3 million.
Exactly. Once the executive order came out and the group was organized and structured, they gave them an operational budget of $1.3 million.
No.
Correct me, please.
When they announced it,
yes,
they gave them $300,000 and change.
Okay.
Emergency operational fund of the back. The finance ministry gave them the emergency operational fund, $300,000 plus. In the budget, they were trying to get 1.something million, but the budget came down to 700,000. Are we clear?
Yeah.
People received the money, but the mismanagement of the money.
So that's 700,000 plus the initial 300,000 they got, which is $1 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
And hold on. I want to share something here with people, right? I don't know whether Alex Coffey will want to speak. I'm saying to you, these names never came from President Boga. He doesn't know that there was strangers on this name. Though the document carried his signature, where's the signature page? Though the document carried his signature, right? But there's a problem with the names. To be frank, this was the executive order from yesterday. And we will be discussing it today. But there's a lawyer in Liberia working alongside with Club Martin, representing the interests of CDC. And I'm happy that Akaris Gray is here. I will call that lawyer name tonight. That Club Martin cannot do anything because he's compromised. Every evening he's in Club Martin office. Club Martin tried to hunt down Samuel to a property in Ivory Coast. And he went cold because you know why? Negotiations were taking place in the back. I can tell you how many times that lawyer visited Club Martin office. A good friend to Club Martin. So I want to welcome all of you. It's going to get so interesting today. We're going to be talking about Asylum Meter today, and we hope that other people that know about the Asylum Meter case can come and contribute. I think some of them will be in studio. They will come and contribute. I want to remind you also, don't forget, if you're in America, you're part of EULA. I'm looking for the EULA President Norbert. I'm inviting him. EULA have written lawmakers in the United States to put sanction on President Bouakai government.
Who's their new president now?
One Mohammed something. Okay. On President Bouakai government, but now the vice president will be speaking at a EULA event.
But let's ask Anthony Kazali. He will know that. He will know the EULA president number and all their contact.
Who they call Anthony Kazali?
Anthony Kazali was once the EULA chairman. He and Emmanuel Wati displayed EULA 5 years. Nobody.
Well, I don't know who Anthony Kazali is. He's still saying Anthony Kazali.
Oh, sorry. Say you don't know him. Forget it.
Yeah, sorry. I really don't know.
You're not a EULA person.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. So my thing is that we're going to welcome the man in red today. I can't respond to great. I hope your internet gave you problem tonight because I want to talk about asset recovery and the spy, the snitch that you guys have working along with Club Mountain. I want to establish that tonight. And under Joseph Yima Bouakai government, asset recovery will not go anywhere because of the triangular formation that CDC have put in place to suppress any asset. Anything Club Mountain say that Vlad, and we give you a reason why we are saying it. We got documentation also to prove that the money, till Joseph Bouakai can call for audit, the money given to asset recovery was misappropriated, Dr. Richardson. They ate the money on a broad daylight. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my friend, my fellow Liberian, welcome to Spoon. Okay? Tomorrow we're going to be having Musa Hassan Bedete, the CMC political leader. I don't even know if we should bring him on. I don't think we should. I think we'll find another guest. I really don't think we should bring Musa on. But we'll discuss that through his global chair lady, Dr. Francine Chinwe Richardson.
Patron and organizer, Dr. Richardson.
Thank you.
Oh, you keep Patron?
Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, you keep Patron for real?
I'll be happy to discuss about CMC.
Okay.
Any questions, I'll be glad.
But Dr. Richardson, we get bad feedback, or somebody get bad feedback.
And I'm you.
I think I'm mommy.
It's not me either.
Yeah, so that mommy. So, but guys, but I don't know why you're on today because mommy, it's good to have you. It's good to have Honorable Gray. And I think we'll be having a great show today. Folks, share the show. Thomas Fahua, share the show. Moving Train, you have to share the show. Jeff Walker, as always. C4's coming there. Now, you got to know something. We got to connect the dot here. I am not happy with asset recovery, and that's why I bring out the information. Asset recovery, working with this lawyer that representing CDC interests. Therefore, they are suppressing anything that comes through with asset recovery. They went to Ivory Coast. That was a Vlad. They had a meeting in Ivory Coast. They came back empty. Those are investigating. We got to let you know some of the names. Most of the people from NSA. The money that were put in asset recovery was a dumb bag money. The money went, they were misappropriated. It involved the Deputy Minister, Sam Stikwa from the Executive Mansion. Again, we're going to speak to these things and we're going to share information like you have never seen tonight. Asset recovery is falling flat because Club Mountain, Councilor Mountain, that operational asset recovery, he's being a double agent. The bunch of asset recovery, actually, you found out that they will be going after sedition. I'm not saying you should, but if you get something, you should chase it. But for you to have my own dear friend, my personal friend and lawyer friend, to work along with you in the interest of CDC, then I should call that friend name on the show tonight. There's a lawyer in the country. He working along with Club Mountain to suppress any request that will be brought in about recovering assets from CDC government. And it will hit the nation, it will shake the nation tonight. And we defy Councilor Mountain to say we're lying and we bring our proof. Secondly, I think it's about time that President Bouakai called for audit on the first amount given to asset recovery because that money went MIA. There's a reason why Martin Colley resigned. There's a reason why Emmanuel Gungwe resigned. That's the reason why Alice Coffey said, I'm not going to hang with you guys anymore. When we put the name up, Mama, I don't know whose Mama is, but Mama's name is not yet. She was the vice chair, I believe. When we reached out to the executive mansion, they have no letter from Mama to say, Mama, we gave you a letter, we don't need you anymore. No. So the problem is that Mama says she's still working. They say, no, you're not working. Mama said, I didn't receive letter. They say, yes, you received letter. And the back and forth with Mama and another individual who fired them. Did the president actually fire them? Or who in the mansion fired them? Why they didn't give them a letter? We have to discuss all these things and many more. But don't forget, CMC chairman, CMC political leader, bought himself a nice Range Rover Defender, 2024 Range Rover Defender. It have about 38,000 miles on it. There you go. This is CMC1. Again, you decide what you're going to make about this one. We got a lot of news coming to you. Let me bring in Honorable Moses Zacharias Gray. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget the LTM issue, who disrespecting the Supreme Court. We have to discuss it, and we'll have to show you the document about those that are disrespecting the Supreme Court. Honorable Gray.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, let me say good evening to everyone on the show tonight. Mame, Kennedy, Dr. Richard Singh, Stanton. I love to hear you, Stanton. You know, when even someone sees in the Joseph Burger government and CDC, I don't know how powerful CDC was to control an asset recovery thing. But again, that's the beauty of democracy that I want to hear. You know, we've already been criticized called the asset recovery thing. In fact, Mame had criticized the CDC that they don't even want the thing. So that been very clear. We even took them to court and we challenged their legal authority. Yeah, our people from FINA, we call sedition. Yes, she's a sedition. We don't run away from that. We don't shy away. So if there's a lawyer that manipulating everything, then Latume needs to go. Okay, it's not a hidden secret. I raised the issue also on this show about his
Clamantin, not Latume, Clamantin.
Clamantin about the abuse of public funds raised by Mantin and some, and I think it was the EFF. I think 3 days ago I raised it, yeah. So it's no problem, okay? But just that you're trying to tell us CDC for in your mouth small. You solve your own problem. President Burger will sign a document and you say he knew that people knew were there. Don't say that kind of thing publicly. It questions the memory issue of the president, seriously. For you to sign an executive order and names on the day, you won't blame other people stand on. You won't blame minister of state, you won't blame other people stand on. Then you're not being fair. Because they switch the sheet. That two different sheet, they switch it. If they switch it, then the president should dismiss them. Automatically, that expulsion is criminal. Okay,
and again, that's what we do. That's what we do here on Spoon.
But today I just want to say happy birthday to my brother and uncle.
I mean, we'll skip back though, but you can't. After I will show you, can say a happy birthday, man. Yeah, yesterday was your brother. Today that your uncle. Tomorrow will be your friend. I'm not near a Lumba.
I don't usually ask you for this. When the other boy asks you, then you happy to put the pictures. Oh, okay, no problem.
Yeah, but you got to. It's not a CDC platform, man. Leave me alone, man.
That CDC Bene will discuss it here. My man, what they coming from to the underwater?
Oh, Mama, let's hear you,
Yeah, I mean the information you share, I don't know how Gray understood it to run straight to president memory. But basically, you said somebody was appointed, and then the person said the appointed group of people, and another lady said, as far as
not what he said before you came. He said the president has signed the executive order by me that other people name were on.
No, Gray. And I think Mama tried to correct you.
You trying to correct it now? He said
no. Gray, let me go by again now, Gray. I beg you. Yes.
Stand up.
This
what
is
did
why
you say
I
about
said,
the executive order? Is the president signed it?
I said they put up this executive order signed by the president. That's what I said.
Okay. Signed by
People
the president.
Are questioning.
That is the thing. So who signed it with the
so if you allow me to finish now, then we'll understand each other.
Okay.
They put on the executive order yesterday. We ran with this executive order yesterday. Among the first executive order names, only one person name appear every year, along with Dr. Rodney B. Jackson.
Yes.
Moima Robertson's name is not on this.
Yes.
We understand that Martin Colley resigned. Emmanuel Gongwe resigned. Alex Coffey, we cannot confirm or deny his resignation. But we tried reaching out to the executive mansion. They are confused as to how Moima's name was removed. Moima declined to comment. She declined to comment.
So who signed the executive order?
Let me finish now on a general grain. But the issue remains. Did they give letter to Moima and say you are fired? They're saying no. If you didn't fire her, mommy, why her name is not on the second executive order?
Exactly.
So, and that's where I was coming to. The president is not struggling on who he placed on asset recovery. He's clear. The people he want to be on asset recovery, he appointed them and he signed. Asset recovery was issued, asset recovery was established by an executive order that lasts for 1 year. Carol knows that. Executive order lasts for 1 year. Everybody that was on asset recovery had a 1 year deal under the executive order. The president is renewing an executive order, upgrading the menu of the asset recovery. The fact that you don't see your name there, it means you're not reappointed. Because your first contract under the executive order, the first one, you get the start date and the end date. Executive order is 1 year. After the 1 year, the contract ends. The president reappoints and extends the executive order by another 1 year. So you can't say because your knee is not there or your knee was on the first one, so your knee roll over to the second one. No, that's not how it works. So the president is not confused.
So, mommy, I'm not going to talk about what the president. I beg you, Honorable Grave. I beg you. I'm not going to talk about the president. I'm not going to talk about the president being confused because I know he's not. But don't you think, even though you are renewing the asset recovery executive order, professionally, you should send a letter out. Mommy, we appreciate your service, but we cannot continue with you, right?
Yes, exactly. They should even do
but
that.
They didn't.
Yes, they should have done that. If they did not do it, they should have done that. Congratulated them for their service. Maybe the president even have a dinner with them. I agree with you.
But they didn't. But they didn't.
Okay, then that's a different story. They should
and
have
that's
done
why
that.
we challenged them to put out the letter that they did. They didn't.
They should have done that.
People went to work today and Clark Martin telling them to go home. Didn't you see the new list that were posted on Spoon?
It shouldn't
be. They say,
like
is that Spoon we're going to get our information from?
It shouldn't be like that.
But that's the conversation we're about to have.
The people just agree with what is there. That means
We're going to welcome Glennie. Then from there, we go to my brother Paul Kennedy and Dr. Richardson. Will be starting the show in 6 minutes. We want to say welcome to Spoon Talk, guys. Please share the show. It's getting interesting here. A lot of stories that we got to discuss on. I'm concerned and I'm happy that Glennie is on. I hope she can call somebody from EULA. EULA have called on the American government through the letter to Congress and other people to put sanction on Joseph Yema Braka government. But here's the interesting part. The vice president will be addressing the EULA congregation this weekend. I want to speak to the vice president, Jeremiah, when he's in Washington, D.C. He confirmed that he will be traveling to Pennsylvania and Philadelphia for that engagement. How can EULA call for sanction on the Joseph Boaga government and yet still inviting the vice president to address their concern? Now, you can say your own, I say my own. I have the letter, I have the information, newspaper caption information, everything. Letter to the congressman. I will be displaying everything for you guys to see today. Glennie, welcome to the show.
Thank you. But the news are big news, oh. Yeah, no, my people. Okay. You jogging. I see what you're talking.
But Glennie, I'll let you know.
But you not selling that easy. I thought I'm political group again.
But Glennie, I'll let you know.
But you not easy, oh.
But it's not political. They are a civil society organization, a pressure group.
They are civil society.
I shared the president.
But I'm thinking Assistant Benedict to talk about. We got
Sorry.
in studio. We want to talk about Salamita, but we let him pause. Let him give us 5 more minutes. Granny, let's hear you on this big information.
That's news to me. That I swear I was very busy today. That's a big news. I need to drink some water on it. Very big news.
Okay, well, yeah, you said that big news.
I thought you were trying to help talk to Trump about our people that here, and I know in our Joseph sanction Benedict behind. That's news to me. Big news. I sent you the vice president number because remember, I was talking to you for the local spoon, so I just sent you Miko Balazer Nangwe. She's a VP.
Can you call her for me? I'm on the show.
Well, let me find the president number two. Somebody just send me the president number to send to you.
Yeah,
let me call them because the way he's talking for them, maybe he part of you.
I don't talk for anybody here.
But you
I want to tell Stanton that I share the chairman and the secretary general number with him.
Okay, let me go to Dr. Richardson, right? And then we will talk about the EULA thing, and we'll post the information after this. That we'll
the statement with December 2024.
Yeah, December 2024. That when the fire took place, that when they were calling for sanction. But I get a recent letter that they said that I get a recent letter. But what do you mean? Oh, December 2024, I get 2 months ago. Then I get, Mama, you know how to something to you. Great. December 2024, I get 2 months ago, they were calling for sanction on Joseph Boakai government. And I said, don't matter. Oh.
My man, I enjoying the show.
He's in a What am I saying?
That Regency, let's hear you. I'm going to put this in the chat room. I want you guys to read it. I'm shocked that EULA is calling for sanction on the Joseph Boakai government. They are written lawmakers. I'm going to share the letter to congressmen here. And the frustration came in when they removed Fonatikova. And we have the letter to Fonatikova. We have the letter to, how you call him, chairperson for Majority Black, Samuel Koga. I'm going to share those information with you guys.
So did you want me to talk about Martin, or you wanted me to talk about EULA? Which one? Because you're.
I think we're starting with Martin, right?
We started with EULA. We leave Martin. We started with EULA now because we're trying to make contact with them. Then we got to bring in
assets recovery. Why would we leave that off?
No, we'll get to asset recovery. We got to go through our board decision. You're not a member of the board yet, please. You're not a member of the board.
I won't be member because I'll flow point to 100 to be the law.
Yeah, well,
talk to us about EULA.
I mean, it is concerning because 2 months ago, EULA seemed to be opposed to this government, the Joseph Boakai's government. And if you're opposed to Joseph Boakai's government, one will wonder why would you be inviting his vice president to speak to anyone of your program? You should already. So you can't tell me that you're opposed to President Joseph Boakai's government, but then you're not opposed to Coon, except there was some reconciliation that occurred, and that would allow, Coon to go and speak to the organization, or except that, Coon is deviating from Joseph Boakai. He's trying to maybe sell some points to EULA, or trying to say, well, whatever going on in Joseph Boakai's government, President Boakai's government, I'm not part of it. I have my own agenda. This is my agenda. Maybe that's what he wants to lay out. On the other hand, it would just be interesting to see how this is all going to pan out, because I'm trying to wrap my head around. Just in December, you were asking for this government to be sanctioned. And then 2 months later, according to what you're saying, Stanton, and according to what's in the chat room, you are now inviting the very same vice president of this government that you want sanctioned to come and speak to your program. So the question is why? What changed for EULA organization? If somebody can call us from that organization and tell us what kind of organization is it? Maybe they can tell us more.
I laugh at that originally. Mama in the chat room saying the EULA is calling for individual sanction, not governmental sanction. And I love mommy. He
I mean,
always
yeah,
has
let me
a
talk my
way.
own. What I mean, yes, so yeah, let me talk my own.
But then so that makes sense. So you are then trying to differentiate cool from Joseph Boyka, because if you look at the individual, you like stand and say, "Oh, I don't like Joseph Boyka. What he's doing? Joseph Boyka is doing something that we don't like about him." Okay, maybe it could be we don't like the way that he supported the purported speaker, because that's what originally it seemed to have been upset about in asking the United States government to bring sanctions to Liberia, to the Liberian government. But then they're saying, yeah, so we rather cool. We want to know what you gotta say. So
I just put the letter, the three different letters, one to Richard, one to Chairman Koga, one to Fonati Kofa, one to the congressman is in the chat room. I'm going to share with Akaris Mosegre, who is not in our chat room. I want us to see this is very serious. This is not a joke, right? I just shared with you, Honorable Gray. And we got to understand something here. Why UDA calling for sanction, even on an individual or on the government? UDA is straightforward calling for sanction. Now, we're going to put a post, right? We want you guys to understand. Thank God we get Glennie here. She's trying to make contact. Paul Kennedy trying to make contact. We're going to put that post up, and this is the letter to Dear Honorable Van Drew. Now, who is this Van Drew? He's a congressman. He's a congressman. Van Drew is a congressman from New Jersey. All right. But they went across, not only Van Drew, they went across all over asking the American government to bring sanction. Right. So read the information coming forth, and you're going to understand that they are very, very serious. They say sanction is the only way out for this government. That's what they are saying. Do you believe then? And I'm happy that Vice President Kuhn is going to address them. I am happy. Request for meeting with the Union of Liberia Associates in the Americas. Read the letter. I'm going to also put up their demands. What kind of sanction? Because Mambi read it and Mambi said no. They are calling for individual sanction. Ladies and gentlemen, share the show. Let's just make progress on these different things. There's a letter to Speaker Kofa. This is a letter to Speaker Kofa, right? There's a letter to Speaker Kofa. There's another letter to Honorable Sam Koga, right? We have all these different documents, and we bring to your attention. They're important for you to read it now. We're going to go, what kind of sanction ULA asking for? What kind of sanction ULA is calling for? Just reading the letter, I see all my colleagues reading this three different letters, and reading the newspaper article that carrying the information about sanction. It went all over. Paul, let me hear you.
So thank you, Stanton, and good evening to our viewers from everywhere. We appreciate all of you. So I believe that the Vice President honoring the invitation to EULA is not a bad thing. I also do not believe that the Vice President of the Republic has any intention of having a separate or different objective or agenda outside what the president's agenda is. No Vice President will tell you that. And a Vice President trying to have a separate agenda outside the presidential agenda, that Vice President is on the wrong track. So I believe that any effort exerted by Vice President Kuhn to go to meet with EULA is in accordance with what the president thinks. But here's the point. EULA is a Liberian diaspora organization. In fact, a fundamental organization that have contributed to peace talks, peace arrangement, and some support for Liberia. For some reason, if they said they are advocating for sanctions, I only think the Vice President, as a national leader, should sit down with them to hear their plight, right? To hear why they are calling for sanctions. And I read that they are asking for the input, the sanction on travel ban or travel restriction on those who are rule of laws breakers in the House of Rep, right? So they were specific in who they want the sanction on. Those people who do not adhere to the rule of laws and continue to create fracas in our country and make all these challenges that people are faced with. Eula is asking that if they don't refrain from what they are doing, the American government should impose travel bans and sanctions on them from, coming to the U.S. and doing business with American people. That's what Eula is advocating for. So I don't think Eula is wrong. And if the vice president is not a part of that, I think he should be willing to sit down with Eula to understand what Eula's position is and how he can facilitate some of the outreach Eula is trying to make. Because we all have said this thing on here. The majority black is outside of the confines of the laws. They are breaking the laws. They need to stop. They've been on this thing for 6 months. We've lost the Capitol building in the process, and they keep doing the same thing. So if Eula is saying, look, if they don't stop, the U.S. government should impose sanctions, and they're even asking AU and ECOWAS to do the same. So I don't think they are wrong. I think they are on the right track. If I have power, I'll be asking for sanctions on all of those guys who are involved in the fracas, both the rule of law group and anyone who facilitate their trying to honor our constitution.
Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. We're going to put Eula position, sanction of visa restriction position up. Honorable Gray, let's hear you. McGill visited Eula a few years back, Honorable Gray. McGill visited Eula. McGill pledged some money under the CDC government. Eula new leadership calling for visa restriction sanction. They went against, and I know, Paul, you are quite correct. Let's put some seriousness in this. They went against the majority black and said they were ultra virus. They do not agree with them. And they even called in President Boyka to bring in about decisive leadership and saying that these guys shouldn't travel to America. Honorable Gray, let's hear you.
I didn't really read the Eula position. It was good that I should read it in terms of whether they're calling for collective or individual sanction. But let me borrow from are you getting me?
I'm saying read the link that was sent to you. It'd be very important that you read the link that was shared with you.
Then maybe you can give someone the benefit and come back to me.
Then you can come back. I'm going to bring in my sister Glendy. Now you ready, Glendy? What say you?
So I want to I still don't understand why Eula, who is a parent body, and I want to be very correct in what I'm saying here, because I a few years ago was a serious opponent to this organization, Eula. But why would they take a position supporting one as a parent body where they're supposed to be our leader for all Liberians in the diaspora, that they would take a position against another group? It's something that I don't understand. But I also want to agree with Paul. It would not be befitting for the vice president to come and meet with them and say things or do things against the president, because he is the current vice president. So if they have some allegations and if they have some concerns, it will be good for the vice president to meet with him. He's our leader. It's good for him to sit and meet with him and hear what they're saying. But I'm still confused about why they will want sanction on a certain group of Liberian people, because that would say to us who they support. If that is the claim, who they're already supporting as a parent body with all Liberians under them, I don't think that position should have been the right one to take. But we're still dissecting the letter and understanding what they're doing. But I don't think it's a bad thing for the vice president to meet with them.
Thank you, Glendy. We're going to come back to ask the message now from the vice president, because Eula is saying, listen, we're calling for sanction on the majority black. And thank God Fode Family is coming on and he will address this. If you read just a portion, let me just put it up real quick, that what Eula asking for, then it will even be more concerning that Eula is targeting, like Mami said, individual. Let's read this. Furthermore, this is Eula. We would like to draw your attention. They are talking to the U.S. government, the African Union, ECOWAS, the European Union, EU, and the United Nations, UN. To this alarming situation, we urge the U.S. to consider imposing travel restrictions and sanctions on those individuals who bear significant responsibility for these violations of the rule of law, particularly in light of the troubling allegations surrounding a U.S. 25,000 bribery scam. Such measure will serve as a clear message that undermining democracy and engaging in corruption will not be tolerated. We will put the entire link and the conversation on our page. We will share these letters also. What did they say too when they called for meeting? So we want to meet you, Congressman Van Dror. The letter is right there. I want you to read it. The Union of Liberia Association in America, EULA, would like to meet with you to discuss deteriorating security situation in Liberia. Now, Honorable Gray, Colonel Gray, you know words. You know where these guys going. The meeting is scheduled in the next week or so. They will be meeting this congressman. They are going to meet this congressman. They have given them date and time. And it is only concerning that they are going for sanction and visa restriction. It's only concerning. They are saying under Joseph Yeman Boakai government, the country is fading away. They are not appreciating the majority black. On top of all of that now, you guys say we got more strength because the bill of information is coming up. Retired Conan, welcome to the show. What say you, sir?
Thank you, Stanton. Thank you. Good day, everyone. You know, EULA of the past, I've always taken a medium role. In other words, they've tried to mitigate situation at home, and Liberians in the wider diaspora, they've always gone in with that mediator role. Okay. But to come in now and looking for punitive measure right away before even meeting the parties that are involved in the conflict, even though this situation, breaks the country's rule of law, so to speak, you still, as a parent organization that is in the diaspora, I think they should have firstly called for a conference among the parties, or an all-Liberian conference, which has been the role EULA has played in the past. Majority of the conferences on peace were attended by EULA because they were looking for a middle ground. So they can be seen as taking side at some point. I didn't see that here. And now to call on other regional body, AU, ECOWAS, and so on and so forth. I think this is just another way of putting our country, up front there. And I understand that they want this issue resolved right away, but normally EULA is always taking that middleman role where they'll mitigate the issue among the parties before even going to the next step. Now you're going to go meet a congressperson. What if they ask you, what was your role in bringing the group together? In other words, what did you do first before bringing this issue to us as a body that is concerned, attached to Liberia? And so I think.
Let me interrupt you. They got reason to say, listen, we sent a letter to both groups. One to Speaker Kofi, another one to Senator Koga, the chairman at the time for the majority black. If you read through the letter, they say we are coming to Liberia. We want to meet you guys. We want to sit and talk. So yes, they did something.
Okay. Now, was there a redress to that letter? Did they get their wishes met? In other words, did they meet the
even ECOWAS didn't get their redress. You think that we get the redress? ECOWAS right now, they say we listen to you, but your points are correct. We're going to discuss this further. I have other information coming in. EULA is split. on the bigger side, and I think maybe Glenn will talk to us on that, or when we have the president, the EULA that just came into being, they got their own problem running on right now, and we get the information that majority of the group refuse sanction, and another group, EULA, is turning into tribal thing right now. And I will give the president of UYA, Mr. Mohammed Okam, and address these concerning issue. Why EULA, in every situation, every year, they get segregation. They're going to separate, they're going to break apart. And that is what is about to happen. Baba Mohammed, talk to me. I want can Mohammed come in real quick, please?
I mean, EULA has a history of fighting for change in Liberia. They have a history of pushing for policy changes, whether it's around dual citizenship, whether it's around justice and reform. So they have that history. But they also have a history of having confusion all the time, which is not unique to them, but the extent to which it can go, sometimes it gets confusing. I think they should have done something better than just running into calling for sanctions. I mean, I don't have problem with the US government or anybody, any institution who believes certain individual action is counterproductive to the state to restrict them. I got no problem with that. And if EULA believes that they have the network to convince people to take action on people who action are inimical to the state, I got no problem with it. What my concern on this thing is, and I can always say is, they follow the same pattern of discussion, fighting for rule of law. And I'm thinking here, it is not rule of law issue, it is political issue. You listen to President Salif, Akaros Gray, yeah. President Salif, who in record history was the president who removed 2 speakers. President Salif. In her case, the Supreme Court ruling was not ambiguous. The Supreme Court ruling was clear. But she walked to where the Supreme Court said you should not go. She went there and delivered the state of the judge. After the Supreme Court ruled clearly, no ambiguous ruling, the Supreme Court said the action there was illegal. President Salif went there. But today, she is advocating and saying all the things about rule of law, which is good. But the point I want to send across to in my 30 seconds learning is, nobody here fighting for rule of law. People are fighting political battle. And disappointingly, the court allow itself to be drawn in the process to the point where judges cannot muster the courage, the intestinal fortitude to even interpret a bill of information. Compromise court allowed to be brought into politics under the disguise of rule of law. You rule, people confused. They ask you bill of information. It is your right. Declare bill of information. You refuse to do it because you are compromised.
Mama, we're going to hold you there. I know you added 1+1, but guys, welcome to the Spoon Talk. Please share our show. It's good to, you can find us on YouTube, on Facebook, on that of Instagram and TikTok and everything. We are sharing on all social media. But again, we want to say thank you for joining us. Welcome to the Spoon Talk. The Honorable Akaros Mose Great. You pause for a second now. You have the chance. Talk to us.
Just information. I spoke with the Vice President of UNA.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So they're willing to come on tomorrow if there's time. She said if she gets some in time for work, she can join us. But she would have hoped that we would have reached out to them first and asked them, but they're available to come and talk about the letter if there's time.
Sure, she always welcome. If she coming tonight, that's fine. Tomorrow, that's fine. Next year, that's fine. Open I say to EULA, the president, the vice president, the secretary general, the treasurer, the commander in chief, the board chair, everybody, you guys are welcome. Pick up the phone, call any one of us and come and join us. Let's discuss EULA. Thank you very much, my sister Glendy. Honorable Moses Akaros Gray.
Yeah, okay. EULA has always taken a definitive position. It's not strange to this government or officials in this government or the CDC-led administration or the Unity Party-led administration. At a point, they will criticize issues in all of the administration. I know in the CDC, they even demanded the resignation of Bill Tuawe and Nathaniel McGay in 2022. After the sanction, they were very clear. So there is not a strange thing for you to call for sanction or take a definitive position, because what they spoke of, they spoke on the issue of the rule of law, and the purchase is strongly by allegation of robbery. $25,000, the spare they are in that news article. So my issue here is that, do we have to wait for EULA to flag the issue of sanction before the government of Liberia, through the Ministry of Justice, investigate the issue of robbery? Serious allegation. How far the LACC has gone on the issue of robbery of lawmakers for $25,000. Two issues of bribery have been raised. One, Yeke Cordoba raised the issue of the means of state giving coupon, and it was confirmed by the JMAS guy, the head of JMAS, the furniture area. Yes, indeed, it was a coupon, and Yeke took the coupon there. There was a live broadcast by him. And I listened to the guy from JMAS and he admitted to that. $5,000. So the issue of bribery should first and foremost be investigated by our government. And these are statutory entities created by law that should prosecute people for bribery: the Ministry of Justice, the LACC. So when you not talk about the issue of bribery or the issue of the rule of law, the Justice Minister interpreted the ruling of the Supreme Court. So I won't be strange when you not call for sanction. It's not only restricted to lawmakers who they believe that violated the Supreme Court ruling. I wanted to correct Mame. I'm not a fan of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and I have no history of standing with her. But on the issue of President Sirleaf going when Snow resigned, they waited until Snow resigned and were announced. Then the president drove across to Virginia. Let me repeat. I remember vividly because I was disagreeing. When Snow resigned, the same day, minutes or hours before the State of the Nation address, and it was announced, then she drove to Virginia. That's what she did. And the Supreme Court people probably they decided that they would just not go there for them, which I respect them for that. Okay. On the title issue, there was no Supreme Court ruling that told the group to stop, and the group proceeded with any action, unlike what is happening now in the, unlike what happened in the Snow case, unlike what happened in Speaker Kofa case. Okay, so those are two different scenarios. So President Sirleaf did not drive to that place when the whole Snow resigned, because that you heard Justice Janet. In fact, he said if you were Snow, you were not going to resign. He came on the show. So yes, on a Snow
Thank
resigned
you.
before she drove there.
Well, thank you very much. Let's do a quick round on EULA, since we want to have some memo from EULA coming on, the vice president or whosoever will tonight or tomorrow. We'll hear from them, but just for a quick note, understand that the vice president, Jeremiah Kwankun, like I spoke to him today, he will be in the Pennsylvania area to grace the occasion of EULA, especially in Philadelphia. He will be there to speak to EULA folks. But this information coming out just in time that the vice president is scheduled to speak to EULA, and Spoon Dex in Monrovia receive all this information. What's going on? Is EULA split creating more reason why you think that they are sharing these different kind of information while the vice president is scheduled to speak to EULA? Dr. Richardson. Let's close on this EULA conversation. We got more document coming up. We'll share with you. But talk to me in your closing on EULA topic.
Yeah, so I want to first begin by saying we were jokingly, I hope Mami was joking or you were joking when you said that the sanction was on the individual. So that's when I responded and said that it was kind of confusing and concerning that EULA would seek out to sanction just one individual, which means that they are showing preference in terms of the president versus the vice president, or either the vice president versus the president. So that's why I thought that they would bring Cohen in to speak. So, but it was a joking conversation based on what you guys were mentioning. I find it interesting again that EULA will go and invite the vice president to speak to them, and at the same time, 2 months ago, they were just calling to sanction the government for something that they believe that was problematic for Liberia. They felt like people in Liberia were disobeying the rule of law. And when my colleague Mame comes here and says nobody in Liberia is interested in the rule of law, that's a word that I heard from him, and he frequently says this. When I hear people say we want 49 members to vote against a speaker because that's what it says in our handbook, I believe those people are speaking for the rule of law. They are not saying we don't, or we want this speaker by hook or by crook. We want him to be a purported speaker. They are not saying that. They are saying that if you follow the rule of law that is in our handbook, we will acquiesce to that. Okay? So I believe those people are following the rule of law versus saying, no, we're going to bulldoze and we're going to be speaker, whether we RLJ speaker or whatever, we're going to just do whatever we want to do because we want somebody to be our speaker. And that's anti-rule of law because you are not going by the rule of law. Secondly, back to the ULA, more to the ULA story, ULA expressed concern about that. They told the U.S. government that we are going to send a delegation to Liberia to see if we can resolve this issue, if this issue can be resolved peacefully, if we can have a dialogue with the parties involved. Now, I didn't see a second letter, or I have not heard anything in the news whether they made that trip or not. We do know that ECOWAS went to Liberia and they were disrespected by our government, the Bokas government. So then they said in a paper that you brought up here, it said that they are asking the European Union in the United States to sanction. That paper was written there. Something that's in the chat room to sanction Liberia. That's what they said because they want peace in Liberia. They did not like the violation of law that occurred in Liberia. They believe that there's a $25,000 bribe scheme that they want to be investigated. And so that's why they were asking for sanction on Liberia. Now, the confusion is 2 months ago, you are asking for Liberia to be sanctioned. 2 months later, you're asking to speak to someone from the government. Okay, some people can say, yes, it's a good thing. Cohen can go there and he can explain to them the government's position. But we know the government position. The government.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
I know the government's position. The government said, what is Cohen going to say? We send a budget to the anti-rule of law group to be verified, to be looked over, reviewed, and then sent. Is that what Cohen going to say? What is Cohen going to say to you? Like, I'm interested in knowing that. What is the government?
Thank you, Dr. Rich is saying, and I think that's the question we want to ask. Whether Cohen president going to mend the fence over your poor candidate, what his message going to bring about unity, but now people are blaming Cohen, Prince Moyi, Emmanuel Nukwe, and now Cohen have an opportunity to speak to the ULA group. What would be that message of change to reassure them that, listen, what was done by the majority group was the right thing? Paul Kennedy, talk to me.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. It is interesting, and it will be interesting to know what the vice president message will be to ULA that has already taken a position to say, listen, there are people in our country who are violating the rule of laws in our country, and as such, we're going to reach out to the U.S. government to see how they can impose sanction on them. I definitely want to agree with Colonel Remy Gray. As an mediator, I would have preferred ULA reaching out to the parties on ground like ECOWAS did, probably send a delegation there, try to mediate between the team, meet with each of them, and maybe try to call a collective meeting that all parties can be there. I'm not sure they did that. And without concluding on that, reaching out to an external force to come and impose sanction on individuals. Look, the thing, I want sanction to be on people who disrespect our laws. But every time if the Supreme Court orders something to be done, and the folks in the very country don't do it, you got to reach out to America to come do it. It becomes a precedent that people would now begin to, disrespect the Supreme Court rulings and say, you know what, I'm not going to listen to the Supreme Court. I want for America to impose sanctions. And in the case that America does not, those people go scot-free and do whatever they want to do. Sometimes American sanctions are politically motivated and in some cases are even biased, right? I mean, they came and arrested President Taylor and carrying in the Hague. Liberians were leaving, going to Geneva and testifying against him for something they say he did in Freetown. So our president now is locked up in the Hague for something he did in Freetown and nothing he did in Liberia. All because an American perpetrator or prosecutor wanted him to go to prison. So we need to stop reaching to America for our domestic issues all the time. When we do that, we undermine the court. We make the court say, Mommy, stop this. Mommy say, I'm not going to stop. Then Glenn say, all right, let me call America to put sanction on Mommy before Mommy stops. It becomes a precedent that we're not going to be gratifying the court on. So I think ULA should put the sanction thing behind them, reach out to Monrovia, try to meet with the two groups, and let them see that the rule of laws that the court have issues or are standing should be obeyed before they can reach out to the U.S. for any terror or external intervention.
Thank you, Paul Kennedy. Let me bring in Glennie. Glennie, I think Paul raised a good point here, though. The call for sanction, whether it's sanction on the government or on an individual, I mean, when you think that place ULA, the new ULA, because ULA had a problem. You part of ULA branch from other places, but the first president Kamara, you saw the back and forth. They went to court. Now the same group beat you on ULA and said, no, you guys are turning ULA into a tribal organization, right? I have documented and I will be sharing that they are turning ULA into a tribal organization. The reason why Jeremiah Kuhn, the vice president, will come to speak to ULA, the reason why you think they're calling for individual sanction on some group is only important, and thank God the vice president of ULA will be coming on likewise. But I mean, what say you? ULA is shaking right now with all this information we're putting up.
I think Stanton, anybody can question their authenticity because number one, when you're like Paul said, it's like you're not looking to dialogue and you're not looking to find out what's going on in your country. You're not looking to talk to the government or to even address president for all they could, even initially, they could have written a press statement to President Boyka and its government to kind of like alert them of what some of their concerns are, but to immediately leave all of the negotiations that they could have gotten involved in and go directly to America and say, we want you to sanction this. Then anybody can question what is the role in our government? What is the role in having a smooth organization? Because you are the parent body. I keep saying ULA is the parent body for all of the Liberian organizations here. That's their bureaucracy. That's how they build. That's how they operate. And here you are, you're saying, okay, sanction them, as if to say sanction is a threat now to any government that's in power. Any Liberian who is assumed to be corrupt or doing things wrong will just go and say, let's sanction them. So it showcases their politicalness up front, that what they're doing may not be authentic, while their concerns may be genuine, but it may mean that why are they doing this? Why did they seek to just go directly? Okay, the rogue majority, the rogue minority, did they write the executive branch? Did they write Joseph Boyka? I don't know all of those details. I just don't understand. That's why I'm still confused as to why their first instance was to do this, and who are they asking to be sanctioned? I see the letter. I read the letter. If their clerk were asking for the majority black, then it could mean that they support the Kofa side of it. And these are questions that they have to answer because they cannot be involved in partisan maneuvering at this time when we're trying to hold our government accountable.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Let's hear your closing. We'll be bringing in our Romonger Joe to help us discuss our Salamita after this segment. Mohammed.
Eula did not call for sanction on the government. Eula has a right to call for sanctions on individuals who they believe actions are in violation of law that they feel is grave enough. They have the right to do so. I wouldn't beat on Eula for doing it. They can go ahead and do it. A level who. Sorry that. Okay. Eula didn't call for sanction on the government. They called for sanction on individuals. They say who related to bribery, related to violating rule of law. They have the right to do so. And it is up to those who they take their complaint to listen to them. Eula has been in a lot of things. It is seen Eula who came here and promised them money from the government of Liberia. They accepted. Maggie said, we'll get your money for you to do projects. They accepted. There was controversy around that. It's up to them. My point, I come back home with, and I carry you not distort the facts here and go free. The case before the Supreme Court was that the sitting in Virginia was illegal and unconstitutional. That everything they did in Virginia was illegal and unconstitutional, including the removal of the Speaker, Snow. The Supreme Court was saying Virginia is not a sitting because it is not a city. It is a township. And the Constitution says at the time, both horses shall meet in one city. So the Supreme Court was saying the sitting in Virginia was illegal and unconstitutional. And everything they did there was illegal and unconstitutional. One of the things they did there was to remove Snow. Another thing they did there was to elect a new speaker. Another thing they did there was to sit there. The Supreme Court said all were illegal and unconstitutional. President Sirleaf went there when she knew that the place they were sitting was illegal and unconstitutional. But if you can come today to defend Ellen's action because it aligns with your political worldview now, that's fine. I see you putting a strong defense for Ellen. Oh, she went there because Snow resigned. It was not anything. But the violation the Supreme Court raised was, the Supreme Court said that setting that you are in is illegal and unconstitutional. The Constitution says both horses shall meet in one city. Virginia is not a city. So therefore, everything happening in Virginia is illegal and constitutional. But now you're putting a defense for Ellen because I brought it up that when the Supreme Court ruled, the ruling was not ambiguous and she went against it. So put out a defense for her, but don't obstruct the facts. It was not about Snow removal alone. It was about the sitting. Today's Supreme Court, 30 seconds stand on. I will say this. I always highlighted that these judges are not gods. They are human beings, blood running through their body. They see the sun, they see the money, they wake up, they eat the same salt we eat. If we don't hold them accountable, we will move nowhere in the fight against corruption and good governance in our country. These people came up with a ruling. Everybody debating the whole country in disarray. Fonati Kofa under the law presented a bill of information. Said, interpret this ruling. They refused deliberately because they were compromised. Today, they want to present themselves now as the people who come in to give ruling, they come and give fair ruling into what the case is. Why didn't you hear the bill of information until all these chaos were created? You went in from Kun, you presented your budget, you defended your budget, they released the money to you, you have it now, and you come in to give ruling. I can't celebrate that because they are part of the problem. They allow politicians to bring them into politics to the point where they could not muster the courage to give an unambiguous ruling. They could not muster the courage to even accept a bit of information until now. Few days from now, they will put on hat on their head, sit behind their table, hold gavel in their hand, and want us to believe that they are impartial, they are judges of the law. They are compromised.
Honorable Gray, can you come in? Honorable Gray?
Yeah, I really wanted to come in and let me just come in quickly and put something in context. First, there was no election here, was no speaker for speaker position. Let me repeat. Mommy, probably you were little back then, 2006 or 7 or 2007. There was no election that was heard, was no speaker, even when they were removing. The Supreme Court said, both horses shall meet in one city. So therefore, everything happening in Virginia was illegal and unconstitutional. One of the things they did there was to remove Snow. Another thing they did there was to sit there. The Supreme Court said all were illegal and unconstitutional. They went across the bridge and they had Ketakume Moro, the chairman on the executive, presiding over the majority bloc. The speaker and the deputy speaker were together, Toba Mobile and Evan Snow. When Evan Snow resigned, now when they had election for Ellis Tyler and Edward Ford, the CDC was supporting Edward Ford and Ellis Tyler won our election. In fact, Snow took 15 people and they committed themselves to Ellis Tyler to have election. Okay? Let's get that point clear. So nobody had election during Snow time was Snow was speaker. The point you got, which is factual, the court had ruled. In fact, they defined what a city is. Okay? And that was one of the problems that they left hanging also. They only defined what a city is. But the definition shows that Virginia was not a city. You are absolutely right on that. There's no question about that. The next point here is that because Snow had resigned, so the next person in succession had to preside over the State of the Nation address. It was not Ellis Tyler because Snow was not speaker when they had election. I thought to correct that because I followed the entire development. I was resource officer at the Capitol building by then. The next thing about the URA issue here is this. Look, Mami says something very important. URA has the right. Not because I disagree with him. They have the right to call for sanctions if they want to call for sanctions. He also has a point that is targeting sanctions, let's say on certain individuals, not on the entire government of the Republic of Liberia. Though they made it to have appeared that when Maggie and Beto and other people were sanctioned, it means the government of President Weah was sanctioned. Instead of explaining the way they explain it today, that the sanction is targeting. Okay. But again, my concern here when you raise the issue about the vice president, the vice president is the presiding officer of the Senate, and the Senate declares support for the majority group. They recognize the majority group. Did he disassociate himself from that recognition of the majority group who were declared illegal by their city? He did not. Not only that, the justice minister is a member of the executive branch of government. The justice minister came and wrongfully interpreted the ruling of the Supreme Court. As vice president, did he advise on that? The police action through the national police, what was his action? Because I'm a member of the executive branch of government. So you don't want to be fair enough, in my mind, will they be asking these questions? Will they be allowed to ask questions, or the vice president will just go and speak and leave? Is it a Q&A session after his speech? I don't know. So URA now, for me, the independence of URA will be seen not just for calling for sanctions on lawmakers of the majority, quote-unquote, majority bloc, but they invited a vice president who presided over a Senate that endorsed the majority bloc that they're calling for sanction on. What can they say about that? What is their action? Are they calling for sanctions on members of the executive branch of government too, whose hands are vividly clear? Okay, are they calling for sanctions on the justice minister who refused, or the LCC boss who refused to investigate the subject matter of bribery? These are the questions that we should ask ourselves. Okay, so start on again. I just want to say thank you. The whole URA issue is that they all fight him on themselves. Even today they will fight him on themselves. Tomorrow they will fight him on themselves. But the fact of the matter is that they want to be so independent, then they have to raise some hard questions against the executive branch of government for sponsoring the removal of the speaker.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to bring in, listen, guys, we just after Conor Gray. Conor Gray, just close up on URA issue. Let's see what we moving forward with here.
You know, Stanton, I'm not going to go on a merry-go-round. I think what Eula, in my opinion, should have done was to come up with an investigation first. And the findings of that investigation probably should be the basis for meeting other authorities around the world. But right now, this does not sound like an investigation was conducted. Look, anytime you're going to go meet this, the body, whether it's the U.S. House, House of Congress, or the Senate, or whether the United Nations, or whoever you're going to go meet, may as well have a set of facts that you're going to present. Otherwise, there'll be lots of conjectures. And at the end of the day, it will be you say and I say. these say. And it's unfair on those individuals that will be incriminated up to the level of sanction. You have not heard from them. How can you just take them to the to the slaughterhouse and leave them there? I don't think it's fair, in my opinion. And a EULA should not be the instrument to do that. Stanton, they have a right to meet with to elevate their case, but make sure you've heard from all sides because you are seen as a union body, a unifier. Now, I hope they meet the VP so they can hear his side, whether through question and Q&A session. But they need to hear from others before they take their name up to authorities for them to be penalized for something you deem as a crime. I'm not part of the majority, of course, Stanton, you know me, but when it comes to Liberia and you put them on a burner like this, you have to be careful because even the former government, some of us did not appreciate the fact that people went around making allegations. We had an attorney, a lawyer who came here and eloquently spoke about, these sanction regimes and what they mean to the world, that they have not been challenged. Now, we don't want to add on our list. Let's exhaust what we have first. So I will hope EULA, even though they are split, Shehu Kamara, I think, and the other guy is Barclay, or so the congressman. I mean, not congressman, but I think he's in the city hall there in New Jersey. So I hope that they will do something first before even going further. Let them investigate the issue. EULA is good at doing that. That's at least the former EULA that I know. I don't know the bandwidth of this new EULA, but the former EULA, they will go at all length, making sure that they are equipped with some information before even going to go face Congress.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Conor Gray. Well, we got a lot to discuss. We're going to bring back EULA in a little while. We got a lot of stuff. We got to go to asset recovery. We got to talk about ArcelorMittal. A lot of people in Liberia are concerned about this thing with ArcelorMittal. How are they operating? What's the benefit? We're going to throw a little light on ArcelorMittal because we really want to dive into the ArcelorMittal HPX agreement. What in it for Liberia? Why the president have not made up his mind yet? Seriously, Conor Gray, you look at me, but this thing started from way down the line. But most recently on the George Manawia, we were just the same old. And again, not that I'm putting anything on George Manawia, we realize, folks, so you got to understand this. HPX came in the picture, Samatua were placed on sanction, and ArcelorMittal and HPF fighting for a railroad. Then again, they got to go Guinea building their own $18 billion railroad. We showed the picture yesterday. But we're in it for Liberia. We're going to have a short, brief conversation on this one tonight. Let me bring in. I'm sorry, I'm not going to pronounce this gentleman's name. Willie Monga, money that man, that boss. Oh, I got it. Willie Monga, Joe. Yeah, I got it. Bemwe, Nimpani. But Nelson, give the man volume now, Nelson. No, unmute your mic. Nelson will take care of it, please. Is he in there? Nelson?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, can you increase his volume, please, Nelson? All right, Woody Monga, right? That's the name?
No, my name is Woody Monga.
Yeah, Woody Monga. You want me to pronounce it from Basso?
The crewman should be able to pronounce that name, though.
No, my man. I shouldn't put myself in trouble. I'm the Glen crewman. But Woody Monga. Got my Woody, right? Man, that money, that man.
Yes.
It's good to see you, my brother. Sorry that we kept you this late. I'm asking you if you can come early. We'll make you the first segment tomorrow. Then we'll bring in CMC political leader but it's only fair to bring you on. We are concerned about ArcelorMittal, the decision the president spoke most recently when he was having his cabinet meeting. He about to address all these different concessions. For the formula is coming on. He's the chair on concession for the majority black. I want to, draw you in to introduce yourself and let's have some serious discussion starting tomorrow. It's good to have you.
You've been writing a whole lot, following these different mining concessions, railroad research. I mean, maybe you could say something, and then maybe tomorrow we'll go into the details of you setting the pace for us, since you the expert on this.
Okay, so my miss said, I'm a journalist by training, even though I have a bachelor's in economics. I've worked for a number of Liberian media institutions. I've had a variety of local and international trainings in natural resource reporting. I've been a natural resource fellow with the Center for International Journalism, which is now based in Nigeria. I'm also a fact check fellow. And then I've been basically, involved into a lot of media works. And around natural resource reporting, I've been reporting extensively, writing opinion pieces and editorials on the mining sector and the natural resource sector and the rest of that. So it's good to be here to share my perspective, what I know so far concerning the expansion of ArcelorMittal Liberia, the interest of
HPS. But hold on, Joe. Where is he, Nelson? What's the gentleman?
We can hear him, but we can't see him.
Yes, I think the live stream here went off, so he's trying to get me back in there. Yeah, he's here. He's trying to get me back on. I think the live stream went off.
So Nelson, since we having him briefly, can you allow him to sit on the producer's seat? Because it won't be too long, please, and you can come in through video, please. I thought the man I transformed to Mr. Regroup. I was like, what's going on here? I'm seeing Regroup on and the man off. But guys, we will be able to discuss further on ArcelorMittal HPX. William guy have a lot of experience and he's been following this case seriously. It's only important that we dig deeper into what is happening. We understand that some documentation is on the floor, discussion is happening. Who's going to make, and yes, good to have you back, William guy. Talk to us, my friend.
Okay, so basically, like I was saying, I've been writing, following. I've traveled out of Liberia, going across the border to Lola. I've gone to Conakry to find out basically what's going on in this entire complicated, what appears now to be a complicated, arrangement between the government of Liberia on one hand, ArcelorMittal on the other hand, and the Guinean mining company that wants to come to Liberia, on the other hand. So what is at play right now is that ArcelorMittal wants to expand for another 25 years. And AML wants to expand, and the government of Liberia has basically asked ArcelorMittal, since you want to expand, what's in this new expansion deal for us? And ArcelorMittal has responded to them. So right now, the government of Liberia and ArcelorMittal are negotiating the terms of that expansion. They are almost at concluding point, but it's a very sticky issue. One of the key sticky issues within that negotiation is something that we call multi-user arrangement for railway, meaning other companies apart from ArcelorMittal having access to use the rail. So I'll give you a brief background today, and then tomorrow is because it's a very long topic, and then we can be able to continue into that. So what has happened is that when originally 2005, the ArcelorMittal deal was negotiated. So when Madam Salif came to power in 2006, but before I go to that, when they negotiated first the ArcelorMittal deal on the first instance, they basically gave something they call multi-user rights to ArcelorMittal, meaning before any other company could use the rail, ArcelorMittal will have to consent to that. So they were managing the rail and the rest of that.
I know you're coming back tomorrow. Then just jump in with a question. You'll make us understand better. Why? What's the problem now between HPX and ArcelorMittal on that? And I just jump to a.
If I jump into anyway, since I'm going to come
If
back
you jump into it, not to the lane, talk about multi-user right. Then you
Look,
understand.
I'm going somewhere with this thing because listen.
Then you
Help me.
understand.
I know we got document on the multi-user right. There's a
No,
reason
so
why.
ask the question.
And maybe Udima God, maybe you can help us, right? There's a reason why the decision by President Joseph Yuma Boakai is slow coming, and you will agree with me. There's a sticky point, right? I know you coming tomorrow. I know about the Madam Sally. A lot of people know about this thing. Why are you saying that sticky point? And who the individual telling the old man say, no, be careful here. We got HPX on one side requesting for this, and we have ArcelorMittal saying, but we were in control of this. You want to take it from us? Yeah, we are. Talk to me about the personal decision. Be very, very slow at this time to tell the Liberian people, I stand with ArcelorMittal or I stand with HPX, or this is what Liberia are going to benefit from this deal. Can you just get to it, please?
So basically, the sticker issue now is that the company called HPS is a holding company. HPS is the company that has right to mine ore from Guinea. Now, there's a place in Guinea, there's a mining site in Guinea, which is been given to a company that is called SMFG. It has a French interpretation. I don't speak French, so I don't know that interpretation up here. So SMFG is the company owned by HPS. In Liberia, HPS owns a company called Ivanhoe Atlantic. HPS wants to be able to mine ore from across the border. We pass Yekepa and you go to a place called Lola from its mining site to transport the ore to come through Liberia, come to Buchanan, and then they ship the ore out of the country to Europe. Now, what is happening right now is that as ArcelorMittal wants to expand, HPS is saying that while ArcelorMittal expands, it can no longer be operator of the rail. Now, the rail operator is basically that person who is there. For example, Stanton is coming with his wagon, maybe 12 wagon on a locomotive. They will draw up the schedule. The operator will say, okay, it's your time to come. You start to come. You, mom, it's your time. You want to upgrade, it's your time to come, and the rest of that. That is the role that ArcelorMittal currently plays on the particular railway. So HPS is saying that if we're bringing our ore from Ghana, from across the border to Guinea, crossing it into Liberia, ArcelorMittal cannot continue to be the operator of the rail. We need a neutral company. We want the government of Liberia to hire a new company, bring that company to Liberia, and make the company to be the operator of the rail, a neutral party. ArcelorMittal is saying no for several reasons. One of the contentious reasons for which ArcelorMittal has refused HPS proposal for the government to remove her as operator of the rail is one. ArcelorMittal contends that since 2005 up to now, they have invested $800 million US to make the rail operable and to maintain it on a yearly basis. That's one of the contentious issues. ArcelorMittal also says, most important to the government of Liberia, that, hey, look, it does not make any economic sense to you as a country who's struggling for resources that you will go and hire a private company, bring them to Liberia to just play operator role on the rail when all of the transfer fees will be paid to that private company and not coming directly to you who already has constrained with resources. So we have operated this rail since 2005 at zero cost to you. And we have agreed to allow other companies from Guinea to come here and pass the rail through the port and ship it out of the country. So you tell the company that is coming from Guinea, HPS, all of these auxiliaries, that they don't have to worry about who operates the rail. We will give them access to be able to, carry their own. One of the other points ArcelorMittal raised is that, look, the 2019 agreement between the government of Liberia and Guinea for transshipment of ore from Guinea through Liberia and to the port of Buchanan states that only 5 million tons per annum every year, all the companies operating in Guinea that want to pass ore through Liberia can only transport 5 million tons of ore through Liberia per year. and HPS is calling for between 20 to 25 million tons per, to transport per year. Asalameta is saying we who have spent all this money on the rail, we do not even have the capacity on the rail now to even transport 25 or 20 million tons of iron ore per year. Then how can the company that is coming that has not invested anything to expand capacity of the rail is requesting 25 to 30 tons of 30 million tons of ore per year? That's one of the the sticky issues. Asalameta is saying as well, hey, look, this is not a fair business deal. We are a Liberian company. We have Liberians employed. We are a company that is operating in Liberia, on Liberian soil. We have invested in the rail. And if you are accepting another company to dictate to you that we should be removed as operator of the rail, where we are promised not to hinder the operation, we think it is an unfair deal. So that is where the entire sticky, point of the discussion comes on now. So the government is between these two parties, trying now to basically find a solution on how.
So let me ask you, we'll give the guy a chance to ask one question each, because we have it more than we can dig deeper. My question, what have Liberia gotten from HPX?
At current, the only thing Liberia has gotten from HPX that I know is that during the past administration, and I beg you, I don't want to go into the political thing. During the past administration, all I know is that HPS paid between $30 and $35 million for a framework agreement to allow passage of the rail. You remember Senator Dillon and even Senator Amara Conan.
Yeah, I think that led to the conversation led to Senator's sanction.
Yes,
okay.
So that was a commitment.
That's the only thing?
So far, so good. That's all I know.
Is HPX coming in Liberia to mine from Liberia or only to use the railway?
No, HPS is not mining in Liberia. They've got, as it stands, HPS has no mine in Liberia. HPS wants to use the railway to transport the iron ore from Guinea to the port of Buchanan for shipment. That's what they're going to do.
And the problem is we do not want Asalameta to be in control.
No, they do not want Asalameta as operator of the road that they have placed since 2005 up to now. They don't agree with that.
And now, guys, you see, the conversation got very interesting now. All right. Now, you can say your own HPX one side, and we have Asalameta one side. If we use HPX and say yes to you, HPX, how much of a revenue will Liberian government be receiving?
Well, I do not know the specific amount, but it has been rumored from sources that we got from the National Investment Commission that they will basically be paying something like between $5 to $10 million for transit fee every year, annually.
And that's only it?
Yes, annually, yeah. Because basically,
I understand. That's only it. If we say no to HPX, if the government said no to HPX, how much are we going to be getting plus more from Asalameta?
Asalameta's expansion, according to what is going on now, according to the negotiation between the National Investment Commission and the government of Liberia and Asalameta, Asalameta has promised that when the expansion moves on beginning next year, they are willing to pay $200 million to the government of Liberia on an annual basis. Because
no, that's okay. That's okay, folks. No. That's the reason why they tell you. No, you answer my question. Because I don't want to put politics in the gap that Rich is saying. And I hope we can speak to somebody from HPX. But we have HPX saying we give you this amount of money, where he said less than $10 million, right? And we have Asalameta say, right, we can give you $200 million. If this argument are correct, my fellow Liberian, you decide. We just got to give you the news. 200 million a year, or 5 million, or 10 million a year. Now, there's a catch to those things, a big catch. And I just want everybody to understand the reason why William Monga will be here again tomorrow. Dr. Richardson, your one question. Or maybe this conversation is interesting. Maybe we can flow a little more. But Dr. Richardson, go.
I'm so happy that you are able to explain this story so nicely and make us understand what's going on between HPX and Asalameta. So I have a question. It's a follow-up question that Stanton proposed. In Joseph Boakai's government, President Joseph Boakai's government, did they accept any amount since this started? Yes, it's just a follow-up yes or no question I wanted to know, because I remember a story of HPX visiting the executive mansion early on, but I don't remember the details as clearly of the story. Do you know?
So can I answer now?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, so here's what I know. HPS came to Liberia and brought an investment proposal between $3.5 to $5 billion.
Mm-hmm.
And that investment proposal was to build something they call the Liberty Corridor. The Liberty Corridor was a proposed new railway and infrastructure plan. So HPS had announced, if you read the executive mansion press release, yeah, Google it on your phone, HPS announcement in Liberia, I Google it. I mean, this afternoon I was trying to enrich my research, and I found that HPS said that it will construct a new rail line that will connect Liberia to Guinea. Because, mind you, the ore in Guinea is so much. Now, that Samano mine where HPS is going to be able to mine from, it has 2 billion tons of untapped ore, grade A. That's the price grade. You see the research is, the research is all online. You can be able to verify all the information I'm giving you. 2 billion tons of untapped grade A iron ore is deposited to where HPS wants to mine. So they came to Liberia, went to the president's office. They had a nice meeting with the president. They held a joint press conference. They announced that they would be able to invest into a new Liberty Corridor. Well, I do not know what is this. Where is the status, or what's the status of that new investment plan that they announced? Because I haven't heard much since they made that particular announcement. The last time I heard,
that's why I want.
Yeah, the last time I heard about it was somewhere around June last year, when the African Development Bank was quoted by the executive mansion in the press release as saying that AFDB was raising between $3.5 to $5 billion to fund HPS project in Liberia. The second time I heard about it was late last year in November and December, when a U.S. Republican congressman who was the chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee canceled a funding that was directed towards the implementation of that HPS project, and then he said it was not in line with the U.S. government's effort to counter China's influence in Africa. That was the last time I heard about that.
Okay. So if they were building railroad, then why they making confusion with another railroad?
Well, that's the question they can answer. I don't want to answer for them because I'm not supposed to speculate and say things that I don't know.
But we need to talk to HPX. We need somebody from HPX to come.
I know the lawyer is in HPX lawyer is in Maryland, in this area. So I just email her or text her.
Thank you.
Come. Yeah.
Thank you.
I have another question to you. So you said that AML wants 5 million tons to be transported. It's restricting for only 5 million tons to be transferred on the tracks.
I said
HPX wants 30 million.
I said in 2019, the government of Guinea and Liberia signed an agreement for the transportation of iron ore from Guinea to the port of Buchanan. That agreement states that only 5 million tons of ore can pass through Liberian territory from Guinea. That's what I said.
My question to you, HPX wants more. They want 30 million tons.
They want more. Between 25
why does AML and Salamitel feels that they can only limit them to 5 million tons since the last agreement?
No, the argument they're making essentially is that we who are operating the rail are not even transporting 25 or 20 million. We are now transporting or producing 5 million tons per annum. So how can you have another person who's coming from across the border to transport that huge quantity that in fact we ourselves have not even started transporting? So
whose problem is that? Whose business is that? I'm sorry.
We got to move on, Dr. Richardson. Please make that your last question. Again, guys, just remember. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Just remember that Willie Wonga will be back again tomorrow. We're going to have the full series of the first segment. The next segment will be the CMC political leader, Musa Hassan Berete. But it's interesting, though. I have documentation about Asalamita and ACM running in. People watch the show and share with us. Paul Kennedy, just make it a one question, my brother, please.
Thank you, Senator. Willie Moga, is good to have you. While HPX is trying to demand a third party to operate our rail when the user right on a contract is still held by ArcelorMittal. And you made my point already clear that there was a negotiation about HPS building their own railway. So I would just make a comment and it wouldn't be a question because you clarify everything. Look, do we have a copy of the MDA from both of the concession? That's one of the things that we should be looking at, because that way we will have a clear understanding of how the environmental, degradation of their operation along that route affects the Liberians and the Liberian territory, and how we as a country benefit from that. But I think that is parceled up into 200 million that ArcelorMittal is trying to pay on the new extension. And then my final point is, look, HPX, if you have all the money you say you have, it wouldn't make sense for us to build a new railway. The negotiation of the 5 or 3 billion you talk about, build a new railway from Guinea passing through Nimba to Buchanan Port, so that the day you leave, we can have multiple railways. We can be running now from Liberia to Guinea. But to try to veer from that, to use an existing railway that you don't own, and now you're beginning to make even more demand, like, is it the Americans' arrogance in there? I'm told the HPS is an American company. Let me be corrected. Akaran, you can correct me when I'm done.
The American company, but we need to come in, yeah.
Okay. If they are, I see an American arrogance in there. You came and met this guy, you finished breaking your role. Then you said you want to work there past the man. The man said, I can only go home and find 1 day, but you want to go there 50 days. But in fact, you don't want the man to manage the road anymore. You want a third party to come to manage the road that Liberia will pay. That's total nonsense. And I don't think HPS will even have the user right to the rail.
Again, Paul Kennedy, thank you. We are listening to an independent researcher on this issue, William Guy. But I will also say it will be better to listen to ArcelorMittal representative coming on the show and that of HPX. This thing been sitting for too long, mommy, right? From George Mana, we had time. From Madam Salif time. And now Joseph Boaga, mommy, I saw your piece today. Joseph Boaga is not making any decision as to why can we go with HPX to use the railroad, or can we stick with ArcelorMittal, and how much money Liberia going to generate? But I saw your piece and you are frustrated, mommy. Talk to me.
And I'm asking you, women, are making a comment in line with what Stanton was saying. President Boakai is saying we will 14 months or 13 months after election. President Boakai said we will provide you buses. 14 months later, he's saying we will. We will bring yellow machines to build the roads. 14 months later, he's still saying
Mommy,
we will.
are you there? I see.
Come again?
No, my sorry.
No, let mommy talk freely, please.
President Boakai says we will bring yellow machines to build your roads. 14 months later, on his first cabinet meeting, he's still saying we will. President Boakai said we will review CTN, we'll review MedTech when we win, we'll review contracts to ensure Liberia get its fair share. 14 months later, President Boakai is saying we will. We will provide buses to move students and youth and get the transportation. 14 months later, the president is still saying we will. ArcelorMittal, HPX.
When you get mommy snack potato green today, I swear. Go ahead, mommy. Something bothering me here, but what are you talking about?
ArcelorMittal, HPX. There was their noise during the campaign period. We saw what happened to Twe because he allegedly took money from HPX and could not deliver to HPX. There was no commitment from the government when he took the money. We said we will fix the HPX and ArcelorMittal problem. 14 months later, we are still saying we will. To your specific issue, I don't think we can lose HPS. Like Santo is saying, we get 50 million from ArcelorMittal and forget about the 10 million from HPS. We can get both. We can get both. We can get the 50 million from ArcelorMittal. We can get the 10 million from HPS. We can manage the real. We just need leadership, decisiveness, and cut down the personal interest and make sure we make a decision where we benefit from both of them. That is what we should do. And the president needs to come up clear on this. HPS, ArcelorMittal, you can use the real. We can manage it, we benefit both ways. You have somebody in your country who's been operating for years. This new relationship is coming in. Do not spoil it for new relationship. Also, do not say, okay, ArcelorMittal, because you've been here, so we'll give you everything free. Come in the balance. We can benefit from ArcelorMittal, we can benefit from HES. What we need is decisiveness and boldness on the part of the president. Let's stop this, we will, and begin to the point where we begin to say, we have brought in the yellow machines. We have brought in the buses. We have addressed the issue of ArcelorMittal. We have reviewed the contract with Meta and CTN. We have improved the lives of our people. It cannot be we will.
His Excellency, the next representative of Bapalu District 1, Abula Mame. It's always good hearing you, my brother. We're now going to go to the CDC former representative, District number 8, His Honorable Akaris Mosigre.
I will begin by saying that I've had no regret as a member of the Committee on Investment to reject the meat and steel agreement under the we-led administration, the amended version. If you ask me 10 million times, I will reject it. The reason is simple. The people of Nema did not benefit as per the agreement in terms of the rehabilitation, the reconstruction of those facilities that were there before the war. It was part of the agreement. The people of Nema came to us and flagged those issues, including our lawmakers, that the first agreement bidder had defaulted. Even the rule they could not have under the alien-led administration, we had to compare them to do so. That paved road that everybody talking about, boasting about now. Mita does not own the rail. That's the position of the Liberian government when we were there. The rail is owned by the Republic of Liberia. That was the debate between we and Mita at the legislature. If you claim that you own the rail, Mita claimed that we were going to go to court for some arbitration. We told them you can go to court. Liberia is the melting spot. Mame struck a point. I may disagree with you on many things, but you struck a vital point. The rail can be managed by the Liberian government. Both Mittal and the HPS can use the rail or other companies until HPS can build another rail in any new agreement. Liberia stand to benefit the old rail and the new rail. We benefit 100%. And the reason why Liberia is the melting pot, because the distance between where the iron ore is in Guinea to Conakry is a long distance. They will spend billions of dollars to build a new rail. But Liberia is the shortest route. We told Mita we were categoric. Read the Gogwe. We told Mita, one of those who stood to their faces. I told them, you can go and do what you want to do. This is not your colony. You had an agreement, we agreed 2005, you need an extension for 25 years. But in that original agreement, have you fulfilled all of your commitments to the Liberian people? Mita did not. We asked the executive to go back and renegotiate. We cannot sell a rail that the Liberian government owns and Mita think that is their personal property and no other iron ore company can use it. It's unfortunate for anybody to defend that.
Let me ask you a question. Yeah. I think you raised 3 or 4 different points. Allow me to ask you, just from my understanding. I mean, so we agree that if ArcelorMittal is owing, right, having, the payment and the Liberian people are suffering, but the argument is about the rate. Are you saying that ArcelorMittal saying that we own this? And nobody else should use it?
ArcelorMittal argument to us, let me repeat, I'm not guessing. A Southern meter feel that they own absolute authority over the rail and no other company should use it.
No, not the
That was
feeling. No.
that
You said they feel. No, you said they feel like. What is on
no,
the
I said,
document?
excuse me.
You just said Asara Mita feels that.
Can
Don't
you
give me
give
the
me
feeling.
chance now? Let me
No, I want to
explain.
be straight with my question. What is
Asada
on the
Mita told
document?
us, Asada Mita, excuse me now, can you hold on? We had a public hearing, okay, on the entire agreement. Asada Mita argument is that rail, they have the exclusive right and no other company should share it with them.
Stanton, what does the MDA say?
So my question to you, Honorable Gray. Honorable Gray, don't say my first question. Honorable Gray, wait, I beg you.
Let me
Honorable
conclude.
Honorable Gray, let me ask you my question. I beg you, sir.
You give me over there to conclude, answer your question.
You said Asara Mita felt that. You said Asara Mita argued. I'm asking you, you serve as lawmaker. What did the MDA say? Did we give them exclusive right?
The right of the ownership of the rail is the Liberian government.
Thank you.
Yes,
I said that already. That MDA.
No, I said that. I said the ownership of that rail is the Liberian government. That's what
Is that why the MDA, Honorable
I'm
Gray?
saying, let me repeat to you. The ownership of that rail, that's the Liberian government.
Is that according to the MDA?
Let me repeat again.
You are dodging the question, Chief.
No, but when you come, you can answer your question, but let me finish explaining and I will talk. You don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. Okay? Don't interrupt, please. Let me repeat. The rail is exclusively owned by the government of the Republic of Liberia. And the reason why President Boyka is facing difficulty on making decisions, I will tell you this. Sam Kuya work with Mita Steel. Sam Kuya, the Deputy Minister for State, work with Mita Steel. He came lobbying for Mita Steel. Makate, the guy who is running around with President Boyka's son, did consultancy work and lobby work for Mita Steel also. Shunikin, Eli, the Deputy Minister, before Honor Ellen Johnson leave, also did consultancy work for Mita Steel. These are people who spoke to us about Mita Steel. So, the line they're pushing for Mita Steel is because they have interests. So when people around the president pushing a line for a company, they try to make the other company properly look ugly. Okay, so my position here, we rejected Mita Steel, like I said, 100 times.
The internet is
The
harmonized.
legislature, at the point of the legislature, why we have amended the agreement. But because they did not agree, we send the agreement back to the executive, they can renegotiate and bring it back. It's the Boyka administration decision to accept or to reject or improve. That's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Again, I want to bring in Colonel Era Gray. Before I do that, let me bring in Glendy, Colonel Gray, and Vendetta Patrick will speak last. William Guy, please bear with us. Give us a few more minutes. I know it's late in Liberia. We have so many questions, and our Carlos Gray didn't answer any of my questions directly. Glendy?
Well, I don't want to answer your question. If you don't know your right, I want people to do that. Why we rejected the agreement? So you're fronting for it, you'll go tell them to give it to them.
We just try to be fair and balanced here, Honorable Gray.
No, but people fronting for me, y'all stop this thing.
But nobody fronting, Gray. You were there.
Yeah,
You should help us understand better who owns and who have exclusive right.
Of the rail,
there you go. You are
ownership
interrupting.
Of the rail is the Liberian government. No foreign
I don't move to another question. Start on move to another question.
Glenny, let's go ahead.
Glenny,
how are you?
I'm fine.
Thank you for the work you've done in following this issue. I want to ask you. So I'm sure you've done some historical work during Ellen Johnson time. And then you also follow it during George Weah time. Now we're in the Boyka era. I want you to compare and contrast these three governments and see which government made some strive towards ensuring that these two companies and what they're doing will benefit Liberia.
Well, basically, let me.
You will not compare.
Basically, let me make a
really professional.
Before I come to your question.
Why are you interrupting the man?
Because you were not rooming professional.
No, we get a mention to speak by time.
Asalameta
Your back, come and see your brother. Try to show respect. Be brother.
has never
Okay, Grandpa, let me mentor Grandpa.
Okay, no problem. Say you want to be rude. I will deal with you on this show tonight.
It has never been.
But I can't hear my answer to my question, man.
It has never been given.
Now, fully begin here on this show. You're bringing.
It historically been given by the legislature, who even amended the Asalameta agreement back in 2013.
Slow down. You need to restart because your was distorted.
Now, wait, let me put you in the bag. We're baking.
So Asalameta has never owned that railway. Never. At any point. Not even by law. They have never given them ownership to say, no, this is for you. What they've given them is user right. User right in the law, in the MDA. That's what they gave to them. And the MDA is by law. The 2013 amendment of the Asalameta agreement. If you are with me, if you have the MDA, you can move to the article on land and facilities. Because the legislature did the MDA in a way that it was an integrated agreement that covers mine, rail, and port. So the government allowed the concession, the mine, the rail, and the port, and all other facilities that were left behind by LAMCO to Asalameta. And if you went to section 3 of the article on land and facilities, it tells you that to the extent that the concessionaire does not utilize its railroad and mineral port infrastructure to fill capacity, it shall grant to third parties the right to use said infrastructure for transportation and shipment of minerals. That is what the legislature inserted into the agreement. So right now, the legislature gives Asalameta the right to be operator of the rail. So if you wanted to put 3 on that rail now, you have to say to Asalameta and the government of Liberia, 3 parties have to sit and agree. But Asalameta has to be a part of the decision making. Now, with what is happening right now, you asked me a question about who has made a stride on trying to bring the 3 companies together, which were the government, Madam Salif government, President Weah government, and then President Bouakar's government. Under Madam Salif tried to pursue Alpha Condé, I don't know whether I'm getting his name correctly, who was then president for Guinea, to allow Guinean companies to transport ore from Guinea to Liberia. Now, in fact, you will remember that in 2010, Asalameta decided to form a joint venture with BHP Billiton to be able to mine the entire ore from Guinea and Liberia together as one company. Alpha Condé rejected the idea. And you know why he rejected the idea? He said because there was a need for Guinea as a country to build her own railway, given a huge iron ore deposit they have, so that the ore can be shipped or transported from the ore straight to the port of Guinea, right? Right now, the National Investment Commission has written Guinean authorities asking them to explain to Liberian authorities whether they have allowed HPS or they will be in a position to allow HPS to transport ore from Guinea to Liberia. It's been 4 months. 4 months. Guinea has not replied to that particular communication. So I would not want to take a position on this person has done well and that person has done well. We will present the facts, continue the discussion tomorrow and see.
Yeah, we'll continue, but real quick, I got to bring in Conor Gray and my brother from there, Patrick. I asked you, do you think, seeing what Guinea is doing right now, 18 billion in the railroad construction, do you think they have any interest coming to Liberia to use Liberia system anymore?
Who am I asking?
Oh, he's asking me whether Guinea basically is building their $18.2 billion railroad project, whether they have this incoming to Liberia anymore. Now, last month, we want an investigative tour, and I share this with you people. You can contact Leonard Dudu, who works for the Liberian Investigator newspaper. He and I went to do some investigative work. We crossed the border, went to Lola, and we went to HPS operating area. When we went to that area, it was about 6:43 in the evening. We want to assess the condition of the place, talk to people, and the rest of that. Leonard Dudu published an article. What I'm about to explain is in that article. You can check for it online, you'll find it. We met a Guinean army guy who was manning the entrance to the mining site for HPS in Guinea. We asked him about why is it that Guinean authorities were basically delaying to give access to HPS to bring ore through Liberia. You know the first thing the guy told us? He said, you Liberia, you have chopped all your ore. Why you want our own to pass through your area? That was the first question he asked. He asked us. He said, we've chopped our ore. Why do we want the ore that coming from Guinea to pass through ours? And this guy sat us down for almost 43 minutes. The guy is a soldier guy with fully armed, everything. 43 minutes, he explained to Leonard Duda and I that Guinea has managed to convince the Chinese to invest $18.2 billion into construction of a new rail line. So the delay to commence activities by HPS basically because this year, Guinea will be dedicating a new rail line. And when that rail line is dedicated, all of the companies that are mining ore from Guinea will be allowed to connect to that railway to be able to transport the ore to the port of Guinea for shipping.
Then what become of Liberia?
I don't know.
You will lost because you delay. Yeah, oh.
Robin Gray, let's hear you.
And meet us HPF funding option already.
You know, I'm pretty sure those in government, they're not negotiating well. I'm hearing somebody trying to monopolize the process instead of leaving that with the state. ArcelorMittal is trying to do everything possible to monopolize the process of expansion of our. You see, Guinea, they know better. 18.2 billion. That's a lot of money. We could have benefited from that. But you know, the fear of ArcelorMittal, in my opinion, is that Guinea has a grade A, as the brother said. Their ore is more expensive than our ore. What we have left with now is pretty much a very lower grade, maybe a grade C, if I'm not mistaken. You understand? But Guinea has a grade A. Can you imagine if Guinea ore comes into Liberia? That might drop the price of iron ore for ArcelorMittal. But this is exactly why when we negotiate, we always make sure the state benefits more than individuals who will put money in their pocket. That's the mistake we've made. If you ask me, I'll put those two competitors together and maximize what goes to the state. If you ask me, that's what I would do. So I will not close the door, shut the door on HPX. I will allow them to come in. But you, ArcelorMittal, there's some corporate social responsibility you have not fulfilled, as somebody was saying it. And how we're going to be between somebody talking about looking at us talking about 10 million, 5
Sorry, Conor Gray, I don't want to interrupt you, but you know the big thing that Prince Johnson cried on? They get the money to CDC and they ate the corporate social money. I mean, Prince Johnson cried on here forever and ever.
You are not saying the truth.
Excuse me. You got to stop interrupting the show. Wait for your turn.
Yeah, but you can't just say things like that.
I can't supposed to grab back you, Chief. You got to wait for your time. I know it hurts, but I back you.
Don't never say that thing. You have no evidence.
Okay, but I back you, boss man. You have to wait for your time. You see everybody here? Professionally seated, patiently waiting for their turn. And we put honorable to your name because you served the nation for 12 years as representative. 81
we can interrupt people in the legislature for making correction according to order.
This is not the right House of Representatives. Okay, so let me say this to you. Sorry to interrupt you, or Conor Gray. Sorry to interrupt you, Conor Gray. Right? You follow Prince Johnson. He passed. We'll pray that his soul rests in peace. But he said, Joe, where are people in the money? And you are crying for Nima County with no money. I see that meta argument and say, my man, you bring it up, but we get the money to your government people. They say we will get the money to them. Bon County, we get the money to your government people. Grand Bassa, we get the money to your government people. Now the people get the money, don't blame us. So that's the reason why I'm just trying to correct you, my brother. But
you know, Santon, no matter how much money they give, I know it's not up to $1 billion. That's how they are taking advantage of us, because those that are sitting at the table are only concerned about those chicken change that goes in the packet.
That's the argument right there. I
So
agree.
my argument is that have a competitive environment and you maximize. Why do I mean? If you allow, look, if HPX can build that sort of complex, they build it. Trust me. The Guineans they're not stupid, and they know exactly what they will get. So they can make that level of investment. And then it will be quote unquote the Guinean people. I saw the reel you posted yesterday with, you can tell that you're building for the future.
The $1 billion, yep.
Yeah, not just some caricature small reel where they will transport. That is capital flight, in my opinion. What is in Guinea right now is what you call building for the future, because it's so modernized. We could have that. It's not late. But let's put the two companies together, and then at the same time, like, bro, maximize. If we have good leaders at the table and negotiate for the country other than themselves. So all this is that two people, different interests on the other side, because you get a cut and different. So the state will lose at the end of the day. But we'll have to bring those two companies together, let them fight.
And we'll continue with this tomorrow. Let me bring in Vandana Patrick, my brother. Thank you for being patient. VP, talk to us.
So, CEO, I don't think we should blame these multinational corporations for underperformance or violating the mineral development agreements. We blame ourselves, specifically those who are in authority. I don't know whether if it were possible that some scientists could create vaccine that allow public officials to take and develop that sense of belonging and be very patriotic to their people. The same way we have asset declaration prior to taking office, we have then allowed public officials to take those vaccines and lead this country. In the first place, CEO, during these concession agreements, it will interest you to note that public hearings are not held. Most of these individuals who are elected, they have no understanding of what mineral development agreement is about. Many of them, as tend to be corrected, they don't have legal experts in their offices. Every lawmaker, including the Senate and the House of Representatives, they employ 14 persons, but no legal officer in any of their offices. So many of these concession agreements, they are signed in hotel rooms. My man, yeah, we'll have the agreement, yeah, we'll come and sign, and it will sign. If we were going to create an avenue where public hearings are held, people speak from legal perspective, from a policy background, that will have informed decision maker in the legislature that if you sign this concession agreement, these are the intricate variables involved. Don't use this side, but they seek no opinion from people. They proceed and sign. Regrettably, most of us, we don't question our leaders. And I want to agree with Willie Magaju. You know, interestingly, during the war, I lived in Guinea. I lived Tuo, I lived Bosu, I lived Lola, Zerikole, Gegedu, and Conakry. I know exactly what he's talking about. In fact, the man we are talking about, when we were in Guinea, Guineans used to tell us that we Liberians were stupid, that's why they took half of the land. It is believed from Tuo all the way to Lola, that flat land belongs to Liberia, but it was taken from us during the colonial days. But look, we have to be very clear. These people, they know what they want. We already know in order to solve this problem, we must first audit all these companies. ArcelorMittal needs to be audited by the government. If they fall short of not meeting the the mineral development agreement, the government has a point to say, look, we gave you this time to develop. We felt or we feel that you have defaulted. Therefore, we want to have HPS to operate the road. Look, people who were with ArcelorMittal are still living in continuous. They look for people who are listening to us. If you go to the look right now, Sako 1, Sako 2, Sako 3, Sako 4, Sako 5, the play is dirty, is dingy, nothing. In fact, OTC was 100% better than ArcelorMittal in terms of developing the infrastructure left behind Balamco. So for me, it's not a big deal for the government. The government just needs to audit these companies. If they fall short, they can tell you, say, look, you know what, initially, we granted you this right. Like in one of the articles, they are there to refurbish facilities left beyond by Linko. But right now, you're going to, I don't know, people in Nimbana go there. Area, for example, that is very close to Guinea, or call it Tuo. The place has become a forest. Burumaka Joe will tell me, because you pass through there, that place used to be a staff area. But you know what? They built, I think, EA, few other areas, they left the other areas. They have now lived up to that concession agreement, and they are claiming that no other person can use the railroad or to transport iron ore. The best the government can do is to be very frank and say, look,
thank you.
You operated this rail and you have not done anything. It is about time we have a third party to do something that is benefiting, that will benefit the Liberian people, rather than
Thank you very much, Vendetta Patrick. Thank you a lot. William guy, I think you listen to everyone again. Good that we'll have you tomorrow. It's only important that we can discuss this holistically. We got to go deeper in this. I don't think, as Salamita saying, we want to use it alone. I don't think HPX is asking that we want to use this thing alone. I think they just want, the understanding and what we are all saying here. Listen, how can Liberia benefit? That's where I come in. I mean, we need to. I like what Mommy said. Bring both parties on the table and let's draw a plan. And Liberia, I believe, our government should oversee, and we should be responsible. And, and we should be the owner. We are the owner. We should be the one operating. Liberia, we're not Asalamita or HPX. But it's good to see you, man. Close, and then we'll see you tomorrow by God's grace.
Honestly, I want to appreciate all of you for allowing a young man like me the opportunity to come and talk to with you people. I appreciate this opportunity. Deep down my heart, I want HPS to bring all through Liberia, because you know what? Even if they brought $1.5 million, money that will be able to be used to solve the problem and buy medicine with GFK. Even if they brought $200,000 every month, they use that money to put in the comparative school where my father is right now to be able to solve some basic problem. But you see, the government has to be decisive and make a position. Put these people down and tell them, hey, look, we are a struggling country. Last night, I did some reading on, real operations in Brazil, in Australia, even in Guinea across the border. Guinea operates a bauxite mine where they're trying to build a rail to be able to reach that particular bauxite mine. And it's interesting to know that the Guinean government has asked those companies that are investing in the construction of that rail that they will own the rail for 35 years. After 35 years, they'll turn it over to the government of Guinea as their property. But guess what? They're not bringing an independent user, operator. What they are doing basically is to allow those companies to be the operator of the rail. And for me, basically in Liberia, we don't already have money. The idea of trying to bring an independent company, the government will go and put up a bid to hire an independent company, bring it to Liberia to be able to be operator of rail, while these companies who are using the rail can be operators at the same time, and we don't pay that money to somebody else, is what I honestly support. That is my perspective. So tomorrow we're going to expand the conversation. I have some things that I want to talk about mineral development agreement. I have some facts that I want to share about MDA commitments by these companies and the rest of that. So tomorrow we can go deep into the conversation. I want to say thank you to all of you, and let's agree. I don't want to move from here lying on any company name. ArcelorMittal has not said it is the only company that must use the rail. It has agreed that other companies can use the rail. It has only said it wants to maintain its operatorship of the rail. And even if you went back, last night I was reading extensively in deep into the Mineral Development Agreement, the proposed MD amendment that was rejected by the last legislature. And if you look at the portion that has to do with rail, it was clearly stated that during, like, Honorable Grace stated their time in government, they agreed that MDA, which was negotiated by the presidency, by the George Weah administration, agreed that ArcelorMittal will remain operator of the rail. They agree with that. But guess what? HPS still raised concern 2021 with ArcelorMittal being operator of the rail. And
but
then,
hold on 1 minute. No, hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute. You just said,
yeah,
Akarisbury and President Weah government agreed, to give ArcelorMittal what ArcelorMittal was asking for.
Obviously,
operator of the rail. Honorable Grace said they did it. So when Paul Kennedy asked about the NDS, no. When I finish, you will speak. When I finish, I beg you, sir. When I finish, when Paul Kennedy stressed on Honorable Grace, where is the MDA, and then what is in it, Honorable Grace bypass. Can you share with us before you come tomorrow that George Manuel agreement? I beg you will. Can I just finish, sir, please?
Okay.
And it's only important that we remind the well-learned representative that we have documents to speak to these things. But thank you, Woodman God. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear from the Honorable Akaris Mosi Gray.
Okay, well, all due respect to you, Stanton, when the executive negotiate, the document comes to the legislature for ratification. I said we rejected it. Did we amend that agreement? Did we ratify it? Stanton, that poor credibility here, don't play with it.
Okay? Just talk now.
Stand on. We stood on ground that another party raised here. Paul Kennedy raised it. Remy Gray raised that issue. The professional you invited raised that issue. Our position is that Metal Steel is not the owner of the railway. Our position is that Metal Steel should not be the only one to use the railway. Our position has been that Metal Steel defaulted.
You are shifting.
Why?
You are shifting. What was it? No, nobody was asking for your position at the time. Paul Kennedy's question and my question was direct. We had a direct question. At the time, we asked you a direct question and you shifted.
No, let me finish. I was explaining when my time came, I was explaining our position that we took in the legislature. How can you tell me, say you didn't ask me for my position, that you can decide my position? What? When are you fronting for Metal Steel tonight? Metal Steel defaulted. You can go ahead when you come down. Labiro is in the best position to negotiate.
Now you shifting again. You want HPX to come and talk and want Metal Steel to come and talk. But you served as lawmaker for 12 years. What did you do? You shifted.
The question, I now voted for Metal Steel 2013 amendment version. No concession I voted for under early.
You know that was going to pass anyway. So that thing I never voted money. That thing I never voted on Calais. You know it will pass. So who cares whether you vote on that? Calais.
Last time you never knew Labiro.
You always voted. I never voted on Madam Salim. I never voted on this one. You knew that it would pass, so your vote never means anything at all.
Okay, if that's how you feel, I did a record carry that I never voted for any concession on the early. That one I debate that record, that fight. You debate opinion.
Gentlemen, you're not proceeding now. Can you please share the MDA with us?
Okay.
So that we go there and read.
That under the we are the administration, nobody, if I will compare Metal Steel, Metal Steel, what would they to him? Call Metal and ask them. Call Metal. They still be talking about the lawmaker that will sell the country, they will do this, rejected that.
Senator,
Labro is in the best position to negotiate. I agree with Mame.
To have
we must negotiate. I agree with what
so
the professional. We must negotiate. But for you to kind of people call you and mislead you,
let allow
money running around with it.
We want on the grade. Let allow William God to go and we'll come back on this. William God, please close, sir.
Okay, tomorrow we'll go on this. Because you know that we don't want Bela look at the road, yeah? Who told me that to bill? Last time your man put the money in the
Great,
pocket.
allow William guy to close, sir, please.
Yeah, every day you say that, Kali. You know that credible man, I mean, who for the whole regime talk about Kali?
Honorable Great, please allow William guy to close, sir.
What I was trying to say basically is that in the 2021 MDA, which was rejected, ArcelorMittal was again giving the operatorship of the rail in the one that was rejected by the House. When it went before the House, and in fact, when HPS raised the issue that we still don't want ArcelorMittal as operator of the rail, the government of Liberia, it is inserted there in that particular clause in that MDA that was rejected that if ArcelorMittal were formed in any other sabotage the operation of any company, any third party that use the rail, they will immediately be revoked. It is in a clause right there in the MDA on a third party user agreement, the one that was rejected by the House of Representatives. And ArcelorMittal agreed that if you ever saw us sabotaging anybody to use the rail, revoke our usership. That was there. But so I want to close up on that. And then tomorrow I'm going to come and then we can expand the conversation. Thank you so much. And then, let's have the conversation again tomorrow.
Again, thank you very much. William Guy, Gama, Willie Joe, we want to say thank you very much for coming. A lot of people want to join us tomorrow. Musa Saka will be joining us tomorrow, another researcher on this issue, and Akaris Gray will be here tomorrow. Again, folks, I
will
want
be here
to
tomorrow
appreciate.
before you can start telling story on all that will sold the country and will never sold it that your own man you voted for. Yeah, that you put the country in a trouble concession agreement here. Seriously,
Thank you very much, sir. Have a good night.
Please share the MDA with us.
But that there's nothing. Then I hopefully into bush office in no area. Then they say,
ladies and gentlemen, we've got to go back on track. I want to appreciate each and every one of you. We left aside the asset recovery. We spoke about EULA. We spoke about ArcelorMittal, Total Energies. I think we want to let Total Energy aside because it's 8 minutes to 7 a.m. We are getting there. I know you're hungry. You got to go eat. And Dr. Richardson got to grade some papers. And again, I got to eat my
nobody else on the show I won't go. That only us.
No, you're talking about food. But again, let me come back. It's always good to have Honorable Karis Wilson Gray. We got to burn this guy, seriously. We got to go after Honorable Gray. The man come here and he said, only lawmaker, yeah, I bring him for the family. He's supposed to be here, but he went in some kind of emergency.
3 times in a week now. I was my schedule 3 times a week so your people can come here.
Mommy, let's go back. Let's go back and then conclude on this issue of ArcelorMittal. Guys, I'm begging everyone. Can we just do 1 minute? Then we can go to other matters while we close, please. Dr. Richardson, 1 minute start with you, man.
I have a lot of unanswered questions about ArcelorMittal. One is, did the agreement define sabotaging the use of the railroad? What does it mean when they wrote that no other user? When they wrote that ArcelorMittal cannot sabotage another user using the railroad. What did they mean by that? I also like Mame's idea tonight that the government should bring these 2 companies. I'm in for the money for Liberia. If we can get ArcelorMittal to pay $200 million to the Liberian government, I'm happy for that. If we can get HPX to pay between $5 to $10 million to Liberia, I'm happy for that. I don't think we need to go to an outside person. We got very smart Liberians that can negotiate, that can be operator of real scheduling. We don't need to go find somebody else to pay a fee to, when the fee can come right into our coffer. And I was kind of shocked. The argument that ArcelorMittal made was that why should Liberian people find? I was shocked that they care so much about why should Liberian people find outside company to pay the fee to when we already poor. We need to be giving our money to anybody. What kind of argument is that? It's because it's in the interest. And I just think that President Buckeye and Mame, you are on point. We on this show together. We've been here for a while. This is my first time actually speak about the wills of the government instead of the present term of the government. Like, I am going to do this. And I think this is where the government needs to come to, because in the past, President Buckeye have kind of been having this whining and dining with HPX. And I think when you wine and dine HPX, you're sending the wrong message, both HPX and AML. You are sending the wrong message to these 2 companies. You told HPX that they should build a Liberty corridor. where's the corridor? I have not seen the Liberty corridor since that agreement was made. So if HPX has enough money to build this corridor, why can they do it to build their own railroad from Guinea to Buchanan? You know, they're saying they will build a corridor for us to improve our economy, to improve our health, improve our infrastructure.
1 minute, Dr. Richardson.
I'm sorry. Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Again, Paul Kennedy, let's hear you while we close on this Salamita issue.
The topic is interesting. I have a lot of questions. I would hope to that Honorable Gray or anyone who has access to the MDA, please share with me, with the team, so that we can put it in the chat room for us to really review it. And
yeah, we are. We are putting it in the chat room.
Very good. Because once we can peruse it, it gives us now a clear understanding of, because there are too many questions, right, hanging out there. My first question would be, why is the Unity Party government, why has Unity Party not taken a clear, definitive action on this MDA up to 14 months in its government? That would be my first question. Why the delay? Because what I'm hearing, and Guinea is taking all these position about where we're going to delay this so that we don't want our oil pass through Liberia. What the oil passing through Liberia, what does it do to Guinea? Does it take away the taxes the HPS is supposed to pay them? Does it reduce the amount of oil that HPS is taking? I need all of those things. I need to know, right? But I can only take a clear position, by understanding what the MDA said, because the MDA is the law that actually guides the operation of that mining thing. So having it will really help us, because there are a lot of things that are happening. Did ArcelorMittal even live up to their commitment in the MDA? That's the first thing I'm going to be looking at, because the MDA spells out A, B, C, and D. Anyone can pick it up and read it and ask the people in Nima whether ArcelorMittal is living up to it, right? Because before we continue with ArcelorMittal, we need to know whether they live prior to the MDA they had, whether they obey it, and whether they cannot come and be another a Western cluster, just digging our iron ore and carrying it. So now that they're not carrying our iron ore, but transporting the iron ore through our territory also have some environmental impact on our country. Are they living up to the commitment they said they're going to live up to in the MDA? That's the question we need to know, to have answer. But we can only know that through either having an agent of them and after reading their MDA. So I definitely think that is a good win-win for Liberia to have the both organization operating and paying taxes to our country. But let's do it the right way so that it cannot affect the future generations to come. Because decisions we make today will not affect us as it will affect the children we'll have in the future. So I think it's a great issue. Let this government put a decisive end to it.
Paul.
Let all of them operate.
Paul, thank you very much. I'm going to bring in Glendy.
So I think Rimaga has done a lot of research. I think while there may be in the end he kind of favored HPX, I will also say that it would be good to do a dialogue with him. He has all the technical informative information that we need. So maybe having the representative, is it who the representative of Bapolu, Amakona, or not Bapolu, Edwin Snow is senator, correct? So maybe having Senator Snow on when he's on will give us some more information.
Senator for where? Bapolu?
Not Bapolu. Snow is not from Bomi.
That Nima Bine talking yo.
Oh, you're talking about Nima Kante? Oh, yeah. I'm hungry now. I'm hungry now. I thought, yeah, man. I won't go say
Asala la Nima.
Oh, Asala Nima Kante. Yes, Kroger. Can we invite Kroger on to come? Let him lead a running business. Can't talk about this. He busy. But this is the meeting. They will even have a campaign more for Kroger to come And let's talk about it. Let him talk to this journalist who has all this information.
For the
See what he
family,
talking to
then
us.
it will be for the family. He's in charge of
Who
concession.
It should not be. It should not only be.
No, for the chap on in concession.
But I'm talking about the person who's direct in the county.
Yeah, but for the two, for the
so then you can bring, but 2 of them from the majority black, the 2 of them can come.
No, that will be doing injustice to them.
Why?
These people assume those positions illegally. They are still considered people we believe not inconsistent with the
They are
autovirus lawmakers.
We can't bring autovirus here.
Nobody can
No, I don't have anything to add. I'm just saying that the young man has done a lot of information. And I think someone who's done all of this work and all of the research, these are the kind of people that the Liberian government should want to President Boyka should invite him and get some of this information from him, from what he's done with these different companies and try to see what can they do instead of just, it's like people say Liberia, we have history, but we don't keep it. We do the research, but we have nowhere to go.
Baby.
Oh, baby. Okay. But anyway, yeah, I know mommy, I think that the African share today made him to be the way he was today. Mommy, we miss you, hello, Papa. I said total or the
I said total, right? Oh, that who Patrick that you and then acid to.
I don't think Eremi went no.
Oh, Eremi go. I'm sorry, please let Eremi go. And then Patrick's then.
I'm told that Gibson coming on. Gibson coming on.
I'm not worried about.
Why he come on for you?
You talk. So let. But what Seto go? He say he anyway. He was telling her he didn't tell that.
He talking about somebody hungry that he don't want to go look for food.
Okay.
You know, for me, I'm concerned with ArcelorMittal still tapping on some of our resources. You understand? Without illegally, I'll put it that way. You see, when this concessions, when they get into your country, they maximize to make sure, because they will take everything away they can. And I understand there's a mountain in Nimba called Mount Fegi, also. Because I used to be in Alamco area. So
yes,
the bauxite, I don't know, in that area, they're all higher grades. So when you see somebody trying to, manipulate the coming of a rival, there's something more greater in this for them. And that's where our eyes should be open and toward. What they're doing right now in Nimba, they've gone beyond where they even need to carry on their mining activity. They've gone to that historical Lamco side that was so rich. And once they get there, what they will do maybe the like of Vandala that know the area better. Maybe might elaborate on that. But I just feel we should go back on the table, whether or not people are saying those agreements have already been signed. But the fact that these folks are still reaching out for extension, this is where we should become clear, smarter. I don't think we have smart people on the table. People are just there to get few money in their pocket, and then to them, that's it. That's about it. But I feel the way we are, God gave us those endowments for a reason, so we as a people can benefit. And now, if you folks go sit on the table there and they just get money in their pocket and they're gone, they could care less for future generation that will come and fill the way. Then we're not doing justice to the future. Look, ArcelorMittal should be hauled to the extent where they will have to tell us exactly what is it they have taken from us, and why are they still interested in expanding, because this is like colonialism. And we're not benefiting. I don't think we're benefiting anything much from ArcelorMittal. Regardless of folks might have their own compounding interests here and there, but with the country as a whole, I think we can develop the country by this kinds of operation. Make sure we give them that they're keeping their side of the bargain. If not, we're not responsible for them. I feel they should allow others to come in. I've had 3 or 4 other organizations, or concessions that want to come into Liberia. Open the door. And then come in, and the highest bidder will take it. But what is Liberia benefiting right now from Islamic job? Few folks have benefited, and those people some of them are around the president. That's it. I think it should be beyond that.
Yes, so collaborate, thank you. For me, in this whole entire process, we ourselves have not been doing justice to the people. And I continue to say this. Nobody has dominion over knowledge. In other countries, they have public hearings on concession agreements. There are people who are experts in different areas. And when you are having concession agreement that has to do with mineral resources, you invite these people to give you their expert opinions. And it is left for you to decide how to proceed and make decisions. But like I always say, the only way this country will be developed, we need a radical step. We have signed concession agreements since 1847. We need to transition from signing concession agreements to naturalizing our mineral resources of this country. I always like to give an example about Mali. When the French were there, they were milking the resources, the gold mines. When this young man took over Traore, guess what happened? Mali is going to be benefiting not less than $5 billion United States dollar annually because they naturalized the entire gold mine. Look, I had a conversation with a Canadian geologist in Washington, D.C. in 2019. He was making a report in closed door to members of the United States Congress. And guess what? The man said one of the countries that is rich in Africa is Liberia because it was protected by colonial heritage based on the United States' own intervention. He said Guinea, the French were there, they depleted state resources. He talked about Ghana, they talked about Sierra Leone, they talked about Cote d'Ivoire. But no country came here to deplete our resources. That Liberia is protected, its mineral resources are still intact. Today, we still talking about signing concession agreements. Hey man, the man we call military leader, oh, we want democracy. The man said, you know what, no more concession agreement. We will naturalize our mineral resources. In the gold mine itself, every year, Mali will be receiving not less than $5 billion. We're talking Tabata. Look at the military guy in Guinea. But I'm not also saying that military people here in Liberia, you should be practicing to be like him. No, we don't want you to even dream about coming to do anything. Let me give that disclaimer. I'm not saying because the man doing it in Guinea so you can do it. Your higher time in 1980, you're spoiling. So baking, I'm not talking about you. But this guy in Guinea, this guy is patriotic. The photo they see.
This is not closing, though. Just 1 minute. Then we go to our closing. Are we closing?
I'm closing.
Closing? All right. Let me be 10 more seconds, please.
Yeah, we got carry electricity in my area, so this is my closing comment. So please, I beg you, Chief. So what we can do is, this is just a suggestion. I think we need a radical step to rebuild this country. We signed concession agreement. Look at what is happening right now to be a mountain in Grand Cayman County. The guys are generating millions of dollars. Well, the place is dirty. The people there, they have no hospital, no good school. They keep the people in abject poverty. We need a radical leader and legally ruthless to ensure that when investors come in this country, they will understand clearly that Liberia is not business as usual. In other countries, look at what happened in Senegal. The young man is reviewing concession agreements and is at the verge of naturalizing the mineral resources of Senegal. We hear, we talk, speak big book. National legislature, we know everything. They don't invite experts when it's signing concession agreements. It becomes a problem. So
Thank
again,
you.
Mr. President, we're begging you, let's audit all mineral agreements in this country, and those who are defaulted, we can take a different step, and then we'll make decisions. That's the best way to proceed. Good night. I want to say thank you, CEO, for giving me the opportunity. There's no electricity now, and very soon my laptop will be up. And it was a good show, and I love all of you. I hope JMB can do something about this electricity. Papa will pick you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, our brother from Data Group, Patrick. Thanks a lot. Who's next? Can we just do this as our closing? Sorry, Isaac Doe.
Yes.
Isaac, please. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you. You say it's closing?
Well, I don't know. We can just do it.
All right. I guess we can put closing into it. So hi, it's good to be back. The HPS railroad deal has too many things into it. Good thing I heard someone say it would be best that we get the MDA, read through it to actually understand exactly what it says. But just speaking to people with deep knowledge of exactly what it is, you will need a decisive government action and position on going forward. That's the reason why some of us had problems from the onset when the Unity Party government came to power and just announced $5 billion from HPS will be coming. We kept saying, stop doing this. This will not be sincere. We are at this part that we said. Or this is just a continuation of proving us right on all of those things we criticized because we were there and we know. Now, if we were to look at the agreement from the onset, ArcelorMittal, on the other hand, is also looking at their long-term future. There are a few things that personally, as me, I will also question that I wouldn't want to accept. One of the deal seems to take Liberia off its legal authority to manage its own assets in the country. Say, for instance, if there is any dispute about the way, if it ever were to come between ArcelorMittal, the government of Liberia, or maybe Guinea or HPS, that dispute, according to the agreement, cannot be settled in Liberia. It has to be settled in a foreign land. That will mean subjecting Liberia's own legal authority to another country's own legal authority. That is something you will have some problem with. In addition to it, the deal seems to be granting HPS unrestricted rights, exclusive right to determine who accesses it, how it is used at a time. Now, you think about it. Why if you have XYZ mining companies in the future and they want to use maybe the same rail, it will be HPS who will tell them what time of the day to go, what time of the day not to go, how much of the load you would take. Now, let's come to the economic part. We all have to agree one thing. If you look at the economic part of all this whole deal will rely heavily on Guinea because it's about transporting iron ore from one country to the next. What Guinea determines is what actually happens in Liberia. So the question is, how is the government of Liberia and the government of Guinea, if Guinea had, again, not the situation they are in, what terms did they come up to? How will the decision from Guinea affect operations in Liberia? That will mean Guinea can come up anytime and say, no, we're not going to do it. And Paul, you ask a question, either you or somebody, if passing through Liberia will affect Guinea, yes, it will do. Think about this. Let's bring it in a small part. If you took a car to Togo, you pay taxes, you pay code fee, you pay all of those things. If you were to take the car from Togo, passing it to Ghana, you wouldn't be paying certain taxes and all that kind of thing to Togo, but rather to Ghana. If it was a share stop, you'll be paying half to Togo, half to Ghana. So both countries will be looking at the economic part of it. Okay, if this deal goes through Liberia, what will be our own downturn? What will be our upturn? What will be our loss, our gain? So it's a lot into the deal. That's why it needs a thoughtful government action. It needs a real government policy determination to come to a conclusion on what they want to do. And it's not just coming to say, oh, the Pope bringing $5 billion. and we get 5 billion. No, it's not going to work like that. But since we are ending quickly, let me just throw light on this, which I thought is important. We've always talked about the bread and butter issues of our country. The number one bread and butter issue is hunger. Hunger. FPA just reported yesterday. I know we didn't talk about that, which is very important to all of the planet talking we're doing. Liberia has dropped one place down from 8th or most hungry country to 7th now. That is 0.3% dip into the hunger of our country. Just 1 year in the United Party government. Don't believe me? The report is on the World Hunger Index. You can go there and see it. Do all of your calculation, your math. It only tells you, like I've always said, whatever decision government takes will get impact on the country's economy. If you dismiss people from job, it will get impact. If prices increase, it will get impact. If you take people to be citizens so they shouldn't work, it will get impact. If you take certain benefits from the people, it will get impact. Today, they are saying Liberia is hungry now than any time in the history of our country. It is the 7th most hungry country on the planet. That is one place deep than where we were last in 2023. And I think it is something we all should be concerned about. Hunger is the number one bread and butter issue of all of the talking we're talking. It boils down to how the people can eat them, can feed themselves, how the people can eat, how they can go to bed. Now, most people are saying now, instead of $1 a day, it has dropped to like 75 cents, 50 cents per day. This is bad. And if this government will do anything, the first and most important is how the people can eat. If international bodies are telling us something different, then we are in this for a long haul. We always call on the government again. Every decision you take will get effect. No matter how you lie, you cannot lie on the economy because anything you do will be reflective in the numbers that come off. Mr. Brakai, maybe you didn't hear it, please hear it. Liberia, under your leadership, 1 year is hungry. The most hungry time we've ever had, ever in our existence, is under your leadership. 1 year under your leadership. Liberia has dipped 0.03% down the hungry ladder than ever. It should be a concern to you. Very concerning to you. So I hope you will listen to this and I hope you will take need. I know you suspended some people who were by you. All of these things making our country to go backward. And I think it is a sad time.
Isidore, thank you very much, and thank you for closing. Again, we thought of bringing that hunger index, which is so important, talking about the bread and butter issue. We hope we get time tomorrow to discuss it. Thank you very much. Dr. Richardson, who has Honorable Grace spoken?
No.
Honorable Grace, please, can you do your closing, please, sir?
Yeah, I love when you get very provocative. Then we open the Pandora box in the debate of the past administration. Are you getting me? Or you mute me again?
You know, number two, you loud and clear. Everybody, you want me to respond now? I can't respond, brother. I'm not interrupt you.
I love when you get provocative, which is very important for the show.
The important thing, I didn't attend LU. I wish I had the time to do so. And we're going to be engaged in this
LU. It's not LU been discussing here.
No, that's the LU politics and argument you always coming into.
No, don't distract now. We're talking LU been here. I didn't get nothing to do with it. But on a very serious note, I mean, I'm surprised that we will not be praised for rejecting an agreement that many Liberians are crying in the country. That look, this meat and steel agreement is bad. In fact, at a point in time, members of the 52nd legislature were even accused of taking pickers to sell the resources of the country. And Colonel Grace struck a very important point that young men at the legislature, many of us on our committee, including Clarence Massacre, who was the chairman, I was hearing for that. We had to understand that we had a perfect opportunity to rewrite the defaults in the agreements, especially the 2005 and the 2013. And they needed extension. Like you rightfully said, Colonel Gray, they need more from Liberia, meat and steel, at this critical juncture. So they needed 25 years extension. So we felt we had them, okay? And having them, it means that we have to correct the wrongs. And in correcting the wrongs is to ensure to tell Mita still, Asado Mita to tell Asado Mita, say, look, Asado Mita, the bush has taken over the entire area that you committed yourself in the agreement to rehabilitate or reconstruct. You brought containers and put Liberians in the container, like some animals that you placed in the containers in Nimakante. Did you put your foreign experts that you brought in those containers? Did you meet up with the agreement? Did you do the rule, for example, that you didn't do, you committed, that you have done it under the period of President Salif, you did not do? Mita, we cannot hold conversation with you until you go and start that role and start doing that role. You have to do it. What are the commitments you have to Liberia? You have to commence those commitments. Why should we even amend an agreement, Mita, when you have defaulted? Why should we amend an agreement to go so right to the railway when it's owned by Liberia? When the very agreement says that, look, we can negotiate for a third-party user of the railroad, so it does not negate another party from using the railroad. But the thing here is that Paul says gladly, Dr. Richardson, and everyone here, I can understand why President Barker has been in a predicament for 14 months. The reasons are simple. There are key figures appointed in the government and in the Liberian legislature who have serious interest in Mita. It's a public record. And I'm not mentioning my word. Sam Sequoia worked for Mita Steel. You were chief lobbyist for Mita Steel. He used to be chief of office staff for President Boyer when he was vice president. Today he's deputy minister. Okay? The other guy, when President Boyer won the election, President Boyer's son, along with McCarthy, flew from Liberia to go and meet the people in England. These are open secrets. We shouldn't sit here and come and pretend on the show as if to say that, how they call it, Mita must pay for the excesses. If Liberia does not move swiftly, I can guarantee you, the guy struck a point here, I think, or the guy who spoke, the expert, Besson guy, what's his name? The guy who spoke. He said something important. The women guy, the Guinean government is negotiating for a railway. The Guinean government. Once the Guinean government conclude on that, and they do that, Liberia will be at a disadvantage. There's no need of HPS bringing any oil to Liberia to become on port anymore. No need. We're lost on that. Absolutely. We have the opportunity. The take of the matter is the usage of that railway. HPS is also saying that, look, we can be using them, we'll still pay one. So Liberia will still benefit for another one. Liberia will still benefit. But few handful of guys believe that they must get their cut. The country must be mortgaged. Okay, with all due respect to you, Mr. CEO, I stood up against the presidential-led administration for 6 solid years in the legislature, not voting for a single budget or any legislation, because when I came, I made a commitment that 66 minimum concession agreements were passed in the 52nd legislature. I wasn't there by then. Then in the 53rd, when I came, I said I will not vote for a single one. I was very clear about that. Okay, I don't think it's time that we politicize it, talking about the CDC government, what Prince Johnson say, what the other person say. I think if we want to be very balanced, objective, people may disagree, but Mami struck a point. We negotiate with everybody, Liberia must be at the advantageous point. Women guys struck a very important point. You open a conversation for everybody, put Liberia as an advantageous point. Conor Gray said the same thing, put Liberia at an advantageous point. If we cannot put the country at an advantageous point, and people thinking that, oh, it was Ellen Johnson said time they passed the agreement 2013 and 2005. In fact, when Ellen was not president, when Julie Bryan was there initially in 2005, I mean, and then, when Ellen was there 2005, not Julie Bryan, I think the negotiations started Julie Bryan time, and Ellen time came, then they did the agreement. Okay, that for me is a non-issue. The choosing of the matter or the cross of the matter here now is that we have to ensure, or those who are there, the lawmakers who are there, whosoever there, they must stand up. And you say you're bringing Koga on the show. Koga is one of the guys, despite my disagreement with him, Koga, one of the guys from Nima that said the people are not doing what they promised to Nima County. Okay? They stood up, they stood their grounds, You brought the people from Nima, from that said we didn't bring experts, we brought experts, and because of the information they provided to us on Mittal and the comparative advantage that Liberia stand, we made that ultimate decision to send that agreement back to the executive to renegotiate. It does not presuppose that we against investment companies in Liberia. What we're interested in, the right thing should be done. And I hope this government can do the right thing. I hope there will be no manipulation by those who have interest in certain things in the government to manipulate properly. That's why the president is caught between the scissors. And there are some difficulties. Maybe that's where the frustration of Mame is coming in. President Brecker take a definitive position. Tell Mita the straight talk, tell HPS the straight talk, or whatsoever company for the power march of the country, which is very important. So, Stanton, I know that my party statement, right? We're not having any other discussion, so I can go sleep.
No, but wait, we're not close. We got the Mame left. Mame, please close.
No, I'll wait for Mame. I'll wait for him.
Stanton, I beg you, I hold your phone. Please, for the sake of Dr. Richardson, for the sake of Glendy, please put up that document I sent you. Please, I will close on it.
You see that the thing, you sent me document, you didn't tell me.
It is very important. You see, researchers, when you read reports,
all the printed document.
No, that one piece of only one. Just this screenshot, just one. I said I will.
Okay.
Yeah, just put it up. You can't just see report and you jump on social media and begin to say things you know nothing about. The Global Hunger Index and the Global Hunger Score, the way it is measured, you're ignorant about it, you don't just speak to it like that. There are hungry people in Liberia. But you cannot take a report that you know nothing about and run on social media on an international platform and say things you. All the indicators, every time you read report, go down to where they call methodology. It will tell you how the data were collected, what year it came from, how it was analyzed. Stanton, please put up the 2024 Global Hunger Index data methodology. Where did it come from? Let's read it for the people to hear whether it is George Weah government or it is Joseph Boakar's government that data were collected from. Please pull it all out, read it.
So you say, so Front Page Africa made a mistake too?
No, Front Page Africa did not make a mistake. Front Page Africa did not make a mistake. Front Page Africa reported the 2024 Global Index on Hunger. This is why it says, does the 2024 Global Index reflect the situation in 2024? That's the question. Listen to the response in the report. For the calculation of the 2024 Global Hunger Index score, undernourishment data are from 2021 and 2023. Child stunting and child wasting data are from 2029 to 2023, with the most recent data being the range. Any child mortality data are from 2022. Any changes that occur in 2024 are not yet reflected in the data and scores of this year report. This is the methodology. So the lesson there is, every time you see a report, because it says 2024 Hunger Index, it doesn't mean that 2024. The methodology is telling you all the data were collected from 2021 to 2023, and changes that occur in 2024 is not reflected in the report. You need to be careful. You're looking for all sort of ways. Hungry people in Liberia you can speak to. We all ignorantly misinterpreting an international report. Front Page Africa did not lie. Front Page Africa reported that the 2024 Hunger Index means Liberia hunger increase. But where did they take the data from? You go to the methodology. The methodology says the data were taken from 2021, 2022, and 2023. And 2024 data.
Can I ask you a question? Mame, thank you very much for clearing this up. So, this Front Page Africa report is about which year?
Front Page Africa is reporting the 2024 Hunger Index. The 2024 Hunger Index is telling you the data they use to report for 2024 are from 2021, 2022, 2023. They concluded.
So hold on, Mama, I beg you, hold on 1 minute. So for me and those out there to understand, there's nothing about how many people sleeping, going to bed hungry in 2024, right? They have not shared that data yet, right?
Absolutely not. And they mention it there. And they mention that they say any changes that occur in 2024 are not yet reflected in the data and scores in this year.
And that's your argument right there. So we can wait for 2025 ending or 2026 to get 2024.
Thank you.
Right now, they only stop at 2023 below.
Correct.
And that's the report they're giving us.
Correct.
But my question to you, Mommy, I understand where you come from statistically, because I would be fair to say that it's inconclusive. You know, for us to say that the hunger index increase is not accurate, we'll say that at this point for 2024, the data about hunger increase is inconclusive for 2024. However, when I read the article, I did see human stories that was presented, and one particular story that I recall was Miss Mo. Okay, is like kind of quantitative data that was presented to us. She reported, there was she and others, and they were all women. That's what drew my attention to the story, who said that they've been cracking rocks. That's their career so far. And over the past couple of years, at least people came and bought the rocks so they could feed their children. But in recent times, it's been difficult for them to even sell the rocks. And so for me, it suggested to me that something is going on in our economy that is making people less likely to buy these swimming rocks so that they can pay for the children's school fee. So I was looking at the anecdotal stories that were presented. And not so much. I agree with you. The statistical data wasn't measuring up, and I would not mention that, as you are saying. You are right to say that. But the anecdotal stories of the people who are in Liberia currently spoke volumes to me. So I just
they say in 2024 they can't buy from them. 2023 they were buying from them, but 2024 by that time nobody buying, so they're suffering. Now go.
That Richardson, there are hungry people in Liberia today. No argument. People are hungry. They are poor people. No argument on that. I am saying to you, this report that you're using is telling you all the data we collected to show that hunger has increased in Liberia. The data were collected in 2021, 2022, 2023. You are a researcher.
I agree.
Come again?
I said I agree.
Good.
I agree with you on that data. The data
Yes.
However, anecdotal stories.
Correct. But another story, there are hungry people in Liberia. You
So I think we understand you, Mame. You're right. We still got a situation about hunger in 2024, but it is not out yet.
Sure.
Yeah.
So that wait when the 2024 report, when the 2025 report come up, will determine whether hunger increase or a decrease under Boakai. But for now, that report is about hunger increasing between 2021 and 2023, and Boakai was not president in 2023. But hungry people in Liberia.
That's great. They want to play politics on it now and say.
That's
Mame, let me ask you.
Let me ask you.
Let me lay on my HPS story. Let me lay on my HPS story.
The fact is that
Mame, let me ask you. Okay,
the fact is that they couldn't buy under your government.
Let me lay on my
so when you play politics there, the politics there, that means
they are talking far above you, so you see the people not buying. That's why you can see it far above you.
Why above me? What kind of root begin this though?
But why would we talking statistical references?
So let me Mame, can you finish up? Mame, you the last to close. Can you finish up? You didn't speak on it, and I just bring you in because you're sleeping.
No, Mame, you gotta be respectful. Don't talk about capacity here. Don't do that.
But what do you mean, we gotta be respectful? We are on an open talk show. They said did the man insult you?
And he calling the men
people not to attack people here.
But don't call your fellow panelists
call somebody a liar here. No, don't do that.
Yeah, but don't call your fellow panelists speaking. Honorable Gray.
No, I did not. No, he said something that made me to respond. When Asa said, no, but when Asa said, look, you gotta respect yourself. Like you are talking to Kennedy.
Let me close them and do all the other debate.
Yeah, but
said the man is a liar on this show.
We gave you the last
No,
one.
Asa
Please
said the man is a
allow
liar.
Honorable
You told
Gray.
Asa not to
Honorable
say
Gray,
it.
please allow Mame to close. Then we come to
No,
you.
it's
Mame,
not that you got to
you
correct
want me
people because you
correct
don't
to
want
give you a little bit
this show
of
to be a kind of
information?
a show where
Honorable
people
Gray,
use meat words.
Honorable Gray, again,
What
we hear
capacity
you.
Mame has?
Honorable
What did
Gray,
he catch
let
first
Mame,
castle?
Honorable Gray, let Mame close, please. Mame, please close.
Mame,
Don't talk about that kind of thing.
you want to give me 5 seconds of your time? Just 5
no,
seconds.
I'm telling
Gray,
you not to
guys,
call
I
him
beg
picky.
you, we
Don't
must
care
hear.
if you don't up picking at
Honorable Gray, we must hear from Mame, please. We give you the last word. Let Mame close, please. Mame,
No,
please
no,
close.
I'm baking Mame now. That Mame,
I
I'm
said I'm
baking. Mame,
picking
you
a
give me
question
5
what
seconds
capacity
to
on
just
the
give
show
you
and
some more
God you
information.
what?
Oh, okay. Okay, let's hear from one person. Now, Mame, please proceed.
Okay.
No,
That
Mame,
man-
I asked for 5 seconds. The man give it to me.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The Global Hunger Index, Mame has shown, is a report released 2025 relate to the average sum total of 4 schools up to 2024. Please put what Mame tell you to put up for me. Okay. Mame, let's read together.
No, you read.
For the calculation of 2024 GHR scores under nourishment data.
No, can we read from the beginning? I don't know why you're reading from. They said that GHR, they say for
No,
that.
it's that the most important part there.
No, let me read the whole thing back.
Go ahead, Ozzy.
I say, please.
Yeah, stand up. You can go ahead and read it. So.
The
I'll read the most
GHR
important.
is the most up-to-date. Okay, go ahead, I say.
Child stunting and child wasting data are from 2019, 2023, while the most current data from the usage for each country and child mortality are from 2022. Any changes that occur in 2024 relating to what's mentioned here. What's mentioned, any changes to this, what is mentioned, this
you
is
reading
not
the thing or you saying something different? Read what on the paper.
I just read it and I'm telling you. Now listen. They have 4 categories by which the entire general score comes on. What you just show relates to the part of the data, the 2 parts of the data that changes did not apply for 2024. This report came up in 2025, just recently. Think about it, Mame. Go back to the 2023 data, you will see the same thing. Do you believe that 2023 data will come up in 2025, 1 year between? No.
But I said, can you read what is written here?
But I just read it and I'm telling you.
I'm confused. I said, let me read it. I beg you, let me take my time, Mame. And please, folks, if you just join us, you follow us, please, let's do this together. I beg you. I say you confuse the heck out of me.
Right.
For the calculation of the 2024 GHR score, right, Paul Kennedy, undernourishment data are from, they are very clear, undernourishment. 1, they are from 2021 to 2023. Do we all agree? Is there any argument? But just tell you, we collected the data from 2021 to 2023 undernourishment. Child stunting and child wasting data are from 2019 to 2023. Is there any mistake as to when they collect the data? No, the collection of these things for child stunting and child wasting was from 2019 to 2023. Now, with the
most, you can go on coming back 1 minute, please.
Okay, yeah. You got to go over and come back. With the most current data from the range used for each country, and child mortality data are from 2022. Any changes that occur in 2024 are that. So, boy, what I said talking about?
Fredo, Stanton, let me tell you something.
No, Mame, I beg you, we should hear from an independent candidate here. Paul,
the language is clear.
What are we missing here, Paul?
So we need to find the data reporting year to conclude whether what is reported here is reflecting 2024.
No, before we do that, isn't this too clear when it said that they broke it down though? undernourishment data are from this year to this year, 2021 to 2023.
Okay, so
are we seeing the same thing?
Yeah, let me analyze what I read from the report.
Paul, before you analyze it, let me just look at up the question they asked up. When they say, does the 2024 Global Hunger Index reflect the situation in 2024? That is the question they
Well, you
answer.
put the whole report up. That front page asking that question. You put everything up.
No, they're not front page. It's from the report.
Yeah, I'm on it.
I'm
on the site now.
Yeah.
Honorable Gray, I just sent you the report. It's 50-something pages.
Except the media portal will be unfair.
Yeah, but we cannot put everything up, Honorable Gray. This thing is very clear. The two you see from 2021 to 2023.
Okay, put the one order.
The two you see from 2019 to 2023, child wasting, and they say anything thereof as of 2024 are not yet reflected in the data that scores in this year report. I mean, do we need to call any other person? No, we're not talking about the Omar. We're not talking about the Omar Boston right here. Let's stick with what we are talking about here.
So Stanton, I think this person who asked the question.
They posted they can buy the rock. They were
buying
the
rock.
Yeah,
but we get Honorable Gray again. Honorable Gray, we'll talk about Boston right. Let's talk about what in front of us.
I'm
not saying go in the back. If you want to go in the back, go there. Mama, can you finish up?
We also have to be careful because what I'm seeing here is like this person is asking AI.
No, that's the person. That's the Global Hunger Index. I just put it in the chat room. Read it. That's the person asking AI.
Paul, Mommy, can I ask you a question?
Let me answer Paul. Paul, when you read a report,
they're not buying the government.
Well, when you read a report, you go way down to the end of the report. You get the methodology. I come in now. They get a methodology session, and then they get Q&A on the methodology.
Okay,
that's one of the Q on the methodology.
Okay.
So let me provide context here. When we do this research, collect this data, sometimes it takes you 9 months, 1 year before you can complete the report for publication.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes.
So that is why most of the time, the reports that are presented always have 1 year lag period.
Correct.
Sometimes you use 2 years to collect the data. You use like 6 months to analyze. You use 6 months to write the report, pass it around, say it's a global report, pass it around for everybody to make their opinion before it gets ready for publication. That is why most of the time, when these reports are published, there's a year or 2 year gap between the time the data were collected and the time the report was published. This is exactly what is happening with
Mama, these, I beg you, Dr. Richardson, let me say something. And I share in the chat room, Dr. Richardson, the result within this 2024 Global Hunger Index report supersede all previous GHR results. 2000, they do it in an 8-year period. 2000, 2008, 2016, now it's 2024 reporting coming up. We are not going to get any other report again till we go to 2032. So guys, it's only important, 2032, excuse me, it's only important when we are here talking about this thing, this is 2024 because it's in an 8-year gap. So I'm kind of confused. We're going to talk about women busting parking now, they're not buying it. But let's stick with what the argument is here. Dr. Richardson, go ahead, you were speaking.
What's the argument?
So the
argument is the result is from 2023, 2022, 2021, 2020, 2019. That's the argument.
So let me tell you what my argument. My argument is that
you want to interrupt the data speaking. The data speaking. You want to interrupt great. The data is speaking.
Yeah, you will not let Grace speak. No problem. Doctor, sorry, Dr. Richardson, sorry. That boy will not allow me to speak on this show.
Mommy, there's two things, and my colleague said two things for me that I would take from the report. And I said one before, looking at the current anecdotal stories in Liberia, okay? I would take that. I think that's valuable to me, all right? And a lot of times I don't like to use these quantitative reports and apply it to Liberia, especially when it's done by foreign bodies.
Number two, at the end, it did say that there's changes that is not reflected in this report, if I'm reading correctly.
Sure.
So it could be positive or negative changes.
Sure.
Yes. And so we will learn. So it's the knowledge. They are telling us there's changes. So in the next coming years, when we do the next report, there's that. It could be, the index for hunger increase in Liberia or decrease. So we cannot negate that. Cannot be negated. So we can't come today and make a argument and say, the hunger index increase or decrease. The report didn't cover that at this moment.
Sure.
So if I may ask you, Dr. Richardson,
changes will be made, but we don't know which direction.
Correct.
Going.
Yeah. So if the researchers skewed the data, is it sufficient to just listen to one person's anecdotal? It's insufficient.
Well, actually, there were several people that it spoke to in that story that I read on Front Page Africa. Miss Moore was the first person that caught my attention, and there were other women who were cracking rocks that it spoke to. So
okay, so my thing is,
it depends on your methodology that you're using for your research. You could be using,
but let me disagree.
So
let me disagree.
You spoke to Ms. Rose, you spoke to another person, they said they can't buy their rack. It is possible you could go and speak to another person, they say they buy my rack. So the deciding point is not the anecdotals, right? The anecdotals, basically the research is intended to put human feelings to this data, right? So you talk to Mary, you talk to Man Nisi, she said they don't buy my rack. But it's possible you can go Buchanan, you talk to somebody, they buy my fish. So you speak to the data. The data is telling you that everything we collected, this 2024 report is from 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2023. You want to criticize Bwaka on hunger? 30 seconds. You want to criticize Bwaka on hunger? Wait for the hunger report on Bwaka to come out. We will discuss it. We'll
my question to you, just a quick question, Mame.
Let me learn and you ask me.
If they do it after every 8 years.
Let me learn and you ask me.
Okay.
Let me learn when you ask me. If you want to criticize Bwaka on hunger, wait for Bwaka's report to come out. Do not use 2023 report to beat Bwaka with hunger. I will not accept it. Nobody should accept it. No intelligent person should accept it. That's my argument. Beat Bwaka on Bwaka record. Do not use we are record to beat Bwaka. That's my argument. And that's why they were trying to do with the hunger report.
But I wouldn't also negate.
Okay. Well, I got a question.
Could we put up, Stanton, could you put up what I just sent to you, please?
No, yeah, but I got a question before they put it up.
But I gotta go. I beg you guys.
I mean, they say this report comes out after every 8 years, right?
No, the data, the analysis of the data goes back every 8 years. Next year there will be a hunger report. It will go back additional.
Yeah, but my question here is this: that from 2021 to 2023, I think those are the years they took into consideration by what the people saying.
Can I read that thing all over again?
Okay. My concern here is that why only 3 years or 2 years? When they got 8 years to make report, why they would take only 2 or 3 years?
No,
if that, what would they report on Ellen Johnson Sirleaf? Since they report the claim that it's on we are. So what would the report on Ellen Johnson Sirleaf? What would this institution report on Ellen Johnson Sirleaf?
Let me tell you where is it.
Yeah.
You don't take politics out of this.
The link that Stanton sent you, click that link and go.
No, I don't want you to make a compare. I know. I'm asking a question because if the people can only restrict from 2021 to 2023, okay, now that's what you're saying that they do it after every 8 years. So they will forget about all the other years again. Yeah, go for another 3 years in Boycott administration.
What I'm telling you is next year there will be a global hunger index. What that hunger index will be reporting, they will be going backwards, using backwards data and 2024 data and doing a summary of it. They will go back as much as they can.
So they do it every year?
Every year there will be a global hunger report. It will go back 8 years to collect data. They will use the data from previous years.
So let me agree. If that every year, so it means that they're going to do 2024 in 2025.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah. So no, I want to be fair as we can be on the show. Okay. So my concern is that Where is 2019? Okay, let me just stick to the Wiyale
It's on the website.
What
Any
is
Johnson study
2018,
report is
2019?
there. 2011, 2012, 13, 14, 15 is there. It's on the site. Just click the link I'm telling you.
So you got to correct Stanton now that they don't do it after every 8 years.
Forget what Stanton was saying.
No. Let's do the correction on the show because the public information is going out.
Stanton was not wrong. Stanton was telling you the data were collected for a period of 8 years to provide a real report.
Gentlemen,
for a period of 8 years.
I just
so,
put something
that
in
means
the
that
chat
the collector
room.
for a period of 8 years. Then why they couldn't talk about 3 years?
Honorable Gray, I have a question. Can you all please just let me go
Yeah,
over
Paul,
this
I will allow you, Paul, because when you say a data was collected for 8 years, it has to reflect the 8 years.
So I went back to the question
but
that...
they're still reflecting 2 or 3 years according to you.
Honorable Gray, please listen to me.
Gray,
I went back to the link Mame shared with the particular question. In fact, I went down in that section that says, does the 2024 GHR, which is the Global Hunger Index, reflect the situation of 2024? And the reading on there says the GHR uses most up-to-date data available for each of the GHR indicators. It's a meaning the scores are only as current as the data. For the calculation of the 2024 GHR score, which is the 2024 year that they are reporting. That's why I asked, what is the reporting year? They say for the calculation of 2024, honor nourishment data are from 2021 to 2023.
Correct.
Child stunting and child wasting data are from 2019 to 2023, with the most current data from the range used for each country. And child mortality data are from 2022. Any changes that occur in 2024 are not yet reflected in that data, in the data and score in this year report. That could mean two things. It could mean that the segment of data reported under the categories named, right, are of the range of year that was presented. They talk about undernourishment, they talk about malnutrition, they talk about mortality, and they listed the particular index year that those data were reported for. But then overall, I'm asking Mohammed, is this report overall reflected for 2024 year or just the segment that were reported? Because how are they reporting segment category of data and not a holistic data for a particular year?
Yeah, it's a thing, Paul. Don't confuse yourself.
I'm getting confused.
The Global Hunger Index is a combination of different indicators. Those indicators are coming now. Those indicators include child stunting, child wasting, malnourishment, undernourishment. You put all together, it gives you the global hunger score. Now, the reason why you will not just see specifically hunger is because they're using proxy data. Now, what is the proxy data? Most of the time, to get to measure hungry people, men and women, is difficult. So the theory is, in food studies, the theory is, most of the time when you're in your house and you get small food, you feed the children first, right? When you're in your house, you get limited food. The parents will always try to feed the children.
Yeah, vulnerable people.
Yes, you try to feed the children first, the small children. So people say, when you go do hunger study, look at the children. When the children are hungry and malnourished, it is likely that the family is hungry and malnourished.
When they appear to be.
Exactly. When they appear to be hungry and malnourished, it is likely that the family is hungry and malnourished. Because if a mother has food, she will prefer to feed her child first. So instead of suffering to go get people and get all their hunger data where you can find this money and not get drunk, so pay attention to the children. That's why the data on hunger index is focusing on child wasting, it's focusing on child malnourishment, and it focus on mortality. So they combine all and call it hunger index. Show me one place in our report that says the data comes from 2024. It's not. So why you want to make the argument that from 2024?
No,
2024 data will come.
I was seeking clarification.
Paul, I have a question for you.
Yes, 2024 data will come. We'll know whether hunger increase on a Boaka
Paul,
or
it
not.
remind me when we in the EU people met, they say child stunted growth and other things, breast milk must be compulsory. We should pass a law on it. You remember that time? It became a big debate. Yeah. So there is not just a problem to a particular administration.
The storage in, huh?
Yes. For people to be don't say storage. I didn't raise this issue. No, my man, listen to me. I did not raise the issue on this show. Everyone here listening. I said brought the issue on this show. No. Let me fair. Don't rush.
But I'm not referring to you. I know why you took this thing pressing up.
I'm saying that.
But why is he hiding?
Wait, sir. Why are you not reflecting on camera?
I'm not referring to you. Do not take the thing pressing up.
No. I went in the back because I was drinking my water.
Yep. I see. You see a makeup.
Yeah. No, but on a serious,
I will not pressing up with you. I'm just speaking to the
No, because people, when you say you, then people don't understand what is plural or is singular. So we got to come in and make these corrections.
I remember on the EU,
people, the EU ambassador have been very concerned about it for a very long time. From the time I've been in the legislature, the EU have been very concerned about stunted growth in Liberia. In fact, some of the challenges we don't have mixed diets, for example. Breastfeeding. We had a serious debate that breastfeeding should be compulsory, okay? Wherein there will be even, I think, try to manufacture it somehow, breastfeeding and whatsoever. So it became a serious debate in Liberia at a point in time in the legislature. I think you can remember, even under the WIA administration, people try to pass that. People say, well, you'll be comparing the people, well, you'll be forcing the people in case the breast milk is not there and all of those things. But that was for me.
You said nobody should hunt to kill meat or animals for meat, and they can't sell it. So the folks who kill animal to eat, they can't sell some. They will just put the raw animal in the water and cook it and eat it without chicken soup, tomato. Since they're not allowed to sell some, they would, when they kill it for eating purpose, they would just cook it without salt, because in the interior, our people hunt, they kill the animal, they sell meat, they keep some to eat, they sell some to get stuff that they're not able to manufacture, chicken soup, oil, and so forth. But you went and wrote a law that prohibits our people, especially the people from Bapolo. They go to Bapolo and do assessment. The under 5-year-old stunt is really because the protein source.
But Paul, generally,
you sell like draw signature to some kind of convention, and they're not supposed to kill animal. You took $12 million, blah blah blah.
No, but Liberia.
Meanwhile, the government, you are in the government. I'm saying you're at the government.
When it passed to meet Benin,
you will say you not vote for A, you not pass it. My man, they show element go to be that.
That public record, you are with me in CDC.
Amula, you know what?
You are that one. In fact, you went to United Party that time, so I can understand.
I understand they're trying to protect the animal.
I mean, you not sign that, you not pass no law. You not pass no law.
No, I don't support the alien agenda.
You not pass no law. You not vote for no law.
No, I voted for some laws. I did not vote for any concession. It's not my debate.
I mean, let's get it
some laws.
I agree, great.
Yeah, let's get it. Ask the question and go.
But my main thing,
the question I wanted to ask you,
the economic crisis.
The question I wanted to ask you, when the State Department issues its annual report, don't they report 1 year prior?
It depends the report.
No, I mean like the country report.
They usually do that.
It's annually.
It's annually,
yeah,
but
that's
it's
true.
1 year. It's 1 year prior.
So for 2025,
they will be
it would have been data collected for 2024. That's how this is.
That is correct.
Yeah, yes.
The only organization that is tricky in doing that is the Millennium Challenge.
Yes.
The Millennium Challenge report a progressive year.
Because they project.
Yes, it projects.
Mama, what's that on going on?
Stand on going.
Yeah, we have the late night show coming up shortly. That's
Let's say
Uh,
some great
yeah.
conclude now so we can leave.
No, I'm done.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
gentlemen.
Paul, on a very serious note, Paul, you see, these are the things that we're going to be talking about. These people started with their politics running all around. Anything that kind of joy we are. Anything that kind of joy we are. Right in our same report, you know, we can't just take an asset. Right in there, somebody's being interviewed to say they ain't buying all rack again. On a joy we are, they used to buy. People say, when I discuss that one too. We should only discuss the part that say 2023, 2021, 2022, which is unfair to the listening audience.
Yeah, but the
Very
argument
unfair.
was,
And you struck
and
a very
Nelson,
important point,
Nelson will
Paul.
come and go.
There is a possibility that people are saying that this is not a conclusive for 2024. There could be a possibility it could be worse. There could be a possibility that it could be better. There could be. But however, for people to start reporting now a West in 2024, they even bring 2024 record. They say, man, I thought I won.
No, we
They say
need
people
to
not
talk.
scientific.
We need to talk about it, but there's a couple
And the
of things.
reason why I did not talk about this because on the show, okay, I knew when I brought a comparative analysis of President. No, these people in power. That kind of girl will say, handle the situation. Don't run away. The citizen town used to tell her, the people voted for you. Go and handle the mess. You said they created the educational mess early and made that too. There's no excuse. After 1 year, you can't keep giving excuses. Joey did it. The other person did it. Then Mida still did. Then we'll start blaming Joseph Boga for the 67 concession agreement. That why every day I can talk about it. That will not buy agreement. Even the B mountain agreement, he came on the board president. Boy, Paul, you know that very well. That be realistic. Okay?
But
The
nobody
West
said
concession
that.
agreement in the country came under those people. So, but every day, Joey, not do that. Joey, we discuss Joey for that. Joey, I can't go all the power for. You can't be blaming there. So after 12 years, they build the road to Lofa County and CDC Sport. It says yes. They pay it. After 12 years, they build the road to Bapolu and CDC Sport. It says yes. That be realistic, Paul. We
So
gotta be realistic.
I think we are pressed with time now. We
Yeah,
have
Gentlemen, my
Good
man,
night.
you can let's stand on stairs at 1:30. Then you say,
Good night, my
we
man.
going to
My
the
man,
day.
Carol,
we
the
have
one
our
go, they
next
gotta
show
go.
up now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Paul, we gotta be realistic, man.
My
Start
man,
shuffling beyond we are the
let's talk back
administration.
channel. Let's talk back channel corner.
Yeah, boy, channel. That rock been leave my mouth tonight. That rock, the poor can buy the poor rock. Good night.
Thank you, Honorable Gray.
Good night. Good night. Thank you.
All right, so
Thank you for your tolerance.
folks, we want to say thanks for being on tonight. We appreciate all of you for following this edition of Spoon Talk. This is where you get the news. This is where you get the information, the analysis, the updates. Thanks to the thousands of you across the world who joined us tonight, and we want to say thanks as well to our folks across Radio Land. Those of you joining us on the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1, and Super 95.5 FM. Thanks to all of our affiliate radio stations that are always relaying the program. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bong, Train Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalamani, Seklipi in Nimba County, Gibi FM in Kakata, Margibi County, and a host of other radio stations across the country that are always relaying the show. Many thanks to our audience, the many of you engaging in the comment section here every night. We appreciate you. Leama Williams, thanks a lot for being on tonight. Makurem Mustafa Kiazulu, thank you. We appreciate you. Gabriel Buema, Telvin Payne, thank you for being here as well. Samuel Hollywood, we appreciate you. Nelson Amos Pa, Amar Jenison, Philip Bala, we appreciate you as well. Luis Moreau, thank you for being on tonight. Finding Sibu, we appreciate you as well. Jackie Merch, thank you for coming on. And yes, I want to say thanks to everyone. Jimin Silwan, Louise Moore, thank you for coming on tonight. Dexter Twer, Sam J. Walker, we appreciate you, Sam Walker, for being on tonight. Bill Kazan, Mr. Kazan, thank you for being on tonight. Charles Deland, we appreciate you as well. Philip Bala says 4 hours and 32 minutes. Yes, you're right. The countdown is right. 4 hours, 32 minutes exact. Thank you for being here for about 4 hours, 32 minutes. Just following all of the conversations tonight. We appreciate you. Jerry, that's Dougley. Yes. Baron Taylor, James, Usman Fofana, and everyone. We appreciate you. It's been a great show. You can join us tomorrow for another edition of the program Spoon Talk. Coming up shortly is the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. You can make up time to join us as well. Until then, I'm Nelson Collet. Have a good night and bye-bye for now. Let's hope we can get this. Okay, let's hope we can get this coming through.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, standing on the with the spoon, and your boy right in the south.
To get your information, to the food, to be spoon, spoon, spoon.